Chapter 81 Mudos. Janjira Nuclear Power Plant, Japan. The morning sky over Japan was awash with steel-gray clouds, thick and brooding, casting shadows over the dormant Janjira nuclear power plant. Though long abandoned after the accident, the surrounding perimeter was anything but silent. Beneath its surface, a nightmare was waking up. Inside the fortified underground monitoring room of Monarch's secret outpost, Dr. Ichiro Serizawa stared intently at the seismic readings flashing red on the monitor. Vivian Graham, his assistant and fellow researcher, leaned closer. Another surge. Resonance readings are off the charts. The frequency's rising. Serizawa didn't respond at first. His jaw tightened, eyes scanning the lines of data dancing across the screens. "It's calling out," he finally said. "To something or someone." Suddenly, an ear-splitting buzz shook the station, an electromagnetic pulse powerful enough to fry any unshielded device. The lights flickered, backup batteries stuttered, and monitors exploded into static. EMP wave confirmed. That was a Class 4 burst. Vivian shouted. "Initiate the emergency plan immediately." Serizawa barked, slamming the red switch beneath the console. Alarms screamed through the outpost. Defense protocols kicked in. High-voltage arcs surged through the containment grid, encasing the large egg nestled deep beneath the facility, coiled like a dormant bomb. The plan was simple: kill it before it hatched. But the result was catastrophic. Instead of neutralizing the embryo, the electricity acted as a catalyst. Energy flowed into the egg like blood into a heart, feeding it, fueling it. "Dr. Serizawa, the voltage. It's accelerating the process." "What?" Serizawa whispered. "It's too late." The egg split open with a thunderous crack, sending fragments of thick, carbon-black shell flying like shrapnel. From the steaming core of the egg, a monstrous form uncoiled itself, legs twitching, limbs unfurling. The beast rose, screeching into the air. The male Mudo was awake. Standing over 60 meters tall, its angular head snapped toward the nearest light source as if in contempt. Its chitinous exoskeleton gleamed black and red, jagged and sharp like obsidian glass. Twin forelimbs like spears scraped across the floor, and a smaller pair twitched near its torso. Its wings, still damp from the cocoon, unfurled in a violent rustle, stretching to a wingspan over 100 meters. It pulsed again. Bzzzt. Another EMP wave burst from its body, killing the remaining power in the base. Darkness descended. Panic broke out in the control room. Scientists screamed. Security scrambled to recover manual protocols. Nothing worked. Radios went dead. Drones fell silent. Doors refused to open. The outpost had become a tomb. Serizawa stood frozen, sweat trailing down his temples. "It's heading for Isla Nublar." "Why Nublar? What's there?" "Nuclear energy," he said. It sensed the detonation. Nevada, USA, Monarch Nuclear Waste Storage Site. In a quiet sector of the Nevada desert, surrounded by rusted fences and forgotten paperwork, the earth began to tremble. Inside the reinforced containment vault, something stirred. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of an enormous darkened egg, thought dead for decades. Dust danced in the air, falling like ash. The alarms didn't blare. No one was monitoring it anymore. After all, the creature was presumed inert, an oversized corpse, a relic of a long-extinct nightmare. But now it pulsed with life. The female Mudo had awakened. With a guttural crunch, the egg exploded, sending concrete debris flying. Towering over 90 meters and weighing over 7,000 tons, she was an apex predator in every sense. Her multiple limbs clacked against the metallic walls, crumpling steel and rebar like tinfoil. Her eyes glowed blood red with ancient instinct. And just like the male, her head turned to the Pacific. Isla Nublar was calling. Back in Japan, Monarch outpost ruins. Serizawa and Vivian stumbled through the wreckage, the walls shaking with aftershocks from the male Mudo's departure. Emergency crews began descending from helicopters above, bringing flickering lights and medical aid. Serizawa looked up toward the sky. "He's flying west. Across the ocean." Vivian gritted her teeth. "We failed." "No," Serizawa said, darkly. "Humanity failed. In trying to kill one demon, we woke them all." Chapter 82. growth. Isla Nublar was silent, save for the low rumble of molten earth and the distant crash of waves against its craggy shores. The sky, once blackened by ash and split by atomic flame, slowly cleared to a scorched twilight. The battlefield had gone quiet. No more screaming jet engines. No more desperate human orders echoing from half-destroyed loudspeakers. The once massed fleets had either retreated or been reduced to twisted metal. Even the air trembled from the residual radiation. Miraluz stood alone in the smoldering crater that was once the center of Isla Nublar's research complex, a hollowed-out scar in the jungle, glassed over by atomic heat. He exhaled heavily. It wasn't just breath, it was pressure release. Steam hissed from his dorsal scales. With it came the end of his transformation. The burning crimson glow from his scales gradually dimmed, fading from their volcanic brilliance to a more natural, while with faint glowing veins of magma golden pulsing underneath. His red lotus form was not something to wield lightly. The power it brought was immense, capable of leveling entire cities in minutes. But it also pushed him dangerously close to meltdown. Even now, he could feel the toll it took on his core. Based on the movies, Godzilla enters Red Lotus form in Boston, 2019. However, unlike Godzilla, who needed Mothra's sacrifice to stabilize, he had internal fail-safes, due to enhanced physiology. Back on the ground, he remained still, smoke rising from between his armored scales. His body had changed. Larger, stronger. The excess nuclear radiation had altered him, not just in energy output, but physically. He towered even higher now, his frame more massive than before. He felt it in every step, the slight shift in the center of gravity, the increased pressure of gravity under his bulk. From head to tail, he now stretched over 160 meters. His height had reached 80 meters. His mass easily exceeded 80,000 metric tons. The earth trembled beneath him, even as he stood still. And yet, none of that concerned him more than what he felt deep inside. His nuclear core, the atomic furnace that served as his heart, had changed. So this is what lies beyond the limit. The energy flows faster now, cleaner, less waste. The reactor organ, it's no longer merely fission. Fusion, it's beginning. For titans like Miraluz or Godzilla, the breath attack, atomic breath, came from their biological nuclear reactor. The atomic reactor core would trigger nuclear fission, releasing neutron bursts that catalyzed the buildup of energy. That energy then traveled through specially adapted biological channels to a synthesizing chamber near the throat, where it was expelled as a focused radioactive beam. But fission was crude, limited. It generated immense heat and radiation, yes, but it was a first-gen weapon. Fusion was different. Fusion meant clean power, greater output, no limits. It was what the sun did every moment, burning with the intensity of 1 billion nuclear bombs every second. If Miraluz could harness that, then I will surpass even him. POV shift, Monarch Remote Observation Team, offshore. Jesus Christ, whispered Lieutenant Hale, binoculars shaking in his hand. He's still standing. He's alive, muttered Dr. Arata, mouth dry. Not just alive. The thermal cameras showed red-hot readings still pulsing from Miraluz's core, but steadily cooling. His scales, longer now, more jagged, crackled with residual radiation. He's evolving, said Arata, almost in awe. This wasn't just a defensive overdrive. It was used as a catalyst. One of the junior analysts stammered. We should call Sarazawa. Or retreat. Retreat to where? Hale growled. There's no safe distance if he decides to come for us. Crash. Crash. The ocean churned with fury as towering heads breached the surface, monstrous silhouettes breaking the thunderous waves. The surviving members of the Jurassic Alliance emerged from the depths, their silver-scaled hides glistening under the charged sky. Shaken but alive. They had escaped the blast radius just in time. Far behind them, Isla Nublar smoldered, half consumed by radioactive hellfire. A multi-million-ton nuclear warhead had detonated with a thunderous roar that echoed across the Pacific, leaving behind a column of sickly green clouds twisting into the heavens. A wound carved into the earth itself. Yet at the heart of it all, Miraluz still stood. No, he floated, levitated by sheer will and power, his wings spanning across the skies above the island. What should have been his funeral pyre had become his crucible. His form had changed. Larger, sharper, charged with radiant power. Each scale now shimmered with a silver-white sheen, humming with internal energy like superheated steel. Where there had once been the silent grace of an apex predator, now there was a force of nature made flesh. The others stared in awe. "It's true," whispered one of the new hybrids, her voice trembling. "He really is the dragon god." Around her, the others nodded. Reverent, humbled, afraid. Miraluz had survived the impossible and thrived. From where he hovered above the blackened core of Isla Nublar, he slowly exhaled, letting out a breath laced with ionized steam and crackling arcs of blue lightning. The air vibrated around him. Above, the clouds spiraled inward. Chapter 83, Domain Expansion. Soon, the dinosaurs began their journey to Isla Sorna. With urgent cries and loud strokes, they vanished into the deep ocean. Their god remained. He did not move. There he stood, at the heart of a shattered island still trembling from nuclear wrath. His titan aura could no longer be suppressed. The other alphas were most probably now aware of his existence. His enormous wings extended outward. The silver scales shimmered under the surging radiation, catching the light like molten metal in a forge. The titan's colossal form cast a shadow so vast it darkened the island. His eyes closed, then slowly opened. The breath he took then was big enough to pull entire plumes of nuclear fallout into his nostrils. He was no longer invisible. He did not need to be. The aura that once coiled around him like mist now erupted outward, a roaring beacon of atomic ancestry. It was wild and unforgiving, pulsing with flashes of raw voltage. From above, it looked as if the heart of the island had been split open, bleeding radiation into the sky. And the sky answered. Thunderclouds summoned into existence above him. They didn't drift in. They were born around him, coalescing with supernatural speed. Wisps of ash became black thunderheads. The atmosphere churned as if trying to escape itself. Then came the lightning. But it wasn't yellow or white. These bolts were heavenly gold, jagged like fangs, crackling with pure annihilation. They didn't follow the normal rules of storms. They struck horizontally, spiraled in midair, split, and rejoined like thinking predators. With each impact, the ground shook. The island trembled. This was no ordinary storm. It was a domain. Miralo's birthright as Alpha. Domain of the White Dragon Emperor of Supremacy. Within Monarch's Atlantic command base, alarms were howling. "Is this a weather event?" an analyst shouted. "No," barked Director Aisha Vaughn, eyes wide as the satellite feed stabilized. "That's not weather. That's a biological signature. It's Miraluz." She turned toward the lead titanologist, who was clutching his head. "He's no longer suppressing his signature. We're seeing his full aura signature. It's off the charts. Do you understand what that means?" Aisha stared at the monitor. Isla Nublar was glowing. Radiation levels were equivalent to multiple reactor meltdowns. But the storm? Send this to all remaining watch points. Update the Alpha Tier Index. As of this moment, Miraluz is confirmed Alpha Class. He's challenging all Titans in existence. The difference between an Alpha and all other Titan designations, Beta, Gamma, or even the rare Delta Tier, was not just a matter of size or strength. It was their domain. They did not exist within the ecosystem. They were the ecosystem. Each Alpha-class Titan carried within them a unique, catastrophic power, natural disaster elevated to sentient, mobile form. King Ghidorah, Monster Zero, flew shrouded in a permanent cyclone. Its mere presence warped the jet stream, creating storm systems that circled the globe, bringing flood, tornado, and drought to whatever nation dared challenge him. The Supreme Muto could tunnel through continental plates, triggering earthquakes with every movement. Entire cities vanished beneath its seismic tantrums. Then there were the Shimo. Peaceful by nature, yes, but provoke one, and you would see oceans freeze solid in seconds. Their blizzards could halt global temperature rise for decades, possibly plunging the Earth into a second ice age. And Godzilla, his Red Lotus form, was the walking apocalypse. Constantly radiating thermonuclear energy at thousands of degrees, his body alone could vaporize cities without ever firing a breath. Now, a new alpha had joined their rank. Miraluz, the Storm Dragon. His aura generated an autonomous weather system, fed by residual nuclear energy and natural conductivity in the atmosphere. A self-sustaining storm that would only grow more powerful as he breathed. The scale of it rivaled Skull Island's hurricane. Except this was mobile, precise, and vindictive. And he stood utterly still, letting it grow. This was not vanity. This was a message. A claim of territory. A warning. A challenge. Chapter 84. Reaction. Pentagon, War Room. The Pentagon was deathly silent. Another emergency meeting. Another crisis spiraling out of control. One by one, the secure video feeds lit up, revealing top military officials, intelligence officers, and global defense leaders. But there were fewer windows than last time. Too many faces are missing. Some had resigned. Others were dead. The most prominent among those present was the President of the United States himself, joining from the White House bunker. His face was stony, unreadable, but everyone could feel the pressure building behind those eyes. The Secretary of Defense glanced around, eyes hollow. No one dared to speak first. Until finally, the silence cracked. "Mr. President," the Secretary said grimly, "Generals, now that our Navy, Air Force, and ground units have all been neutralized, what are our options against the Dinosaur King?" Miraluz. That name had spread like wildfire across every news channel, across every continent. But to the public, he had a different title now, one whispered with dread in every corner of the globe. Deathwing. No one knew who coined it first. But it stuck. It fit. A monster that soared on titanic wings, who had crushed fleets like toys and survived a megaton nuclear warhead. A creature that stood tall amidst irradiated hellfire and roared back at the heavens. They hadn't just lost a battle. America had suffered its first complete military defeat since its founding. "What we're dealing with is beyond anything we've seen," General Collins said, voice tight with fatigue and barely contained disbelief. "Even a direct nuclear strike did nothing. I repeat, nothing. We're out of ideas." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the digital room. A few heads dropped, as if they couldn't bear to face the truth. And then, the President spoke. "There's one last option." All eyes snapped to him. The Chief of Staff leaned forward. "Sir, what are you referring to?" The President's voice was calm. Too calm. "As early as the 1950s, after the first Godzilla sightings, we began developing a failsafe, a weapon designed not to destroy a city, but to eliminate a species. One that would function even against Titan-class organisms. A weapon beyond the scope of nuclear war." He paused, then dropped the name. "The Oxygen Destroyer." The silence that followed was thick with confusion and dread. "It sounds like science fiction," General Monroe muttered. "It's not," the President said. "The concept is real. The prototype almost existed. It works by initiating a high-frequency electromagnetic reaction that destabilizes oxygen molecules in the target zone. Anything that breathes dies. Cells rupture. Blood boils. No recovery. So it suffocates them?" someone asked, incredulous. "It obliterates them on a molecular level," the President clarified. "It doesn't just remove oxygen. It turns every living thing in its radius into nothing but base particles." A quiet gasp. "If that's true," the Secretary of Defense said slowly, "why wasn't it used before?" The President looked grim. "Because it was never finished. The technology needed to power and deploy it was beyond our reach. For decades, the project was shelved. But now, with Apex entering the picture, development has resumed. There's also the Cloverfield project. That caught everyone's attention. Apex, America's leading tech conglomerate. The same company that had developed AI-based pandemic vaccines, exosuits, and autonomous military drones. If anyone could revive a doomsday weapon, it was them. "How soon until it's operational?" General Collins asked. "Best case? 3 years," the President admitted. "Maybe 2. Murmurs erupted again. 2 years was a lifetime in this crisis. Suddenly, another window popped up. Monarch's emblem appeared before the feed stabilized. A Japanese man in a black suit, flanked by analysts, leaned into the camera. It was Dr. Ichiro Serizawa. "Mr. President, generals, we have new intel. Following the nuclear detonation on Isla Nublar, we've detected 2 significant seismic disturbances." Everyone leaned in. "Godzilla and the male Muto have awakened." "What?" "They're moving fast, Serizawa continued. They're converging on Nublar Island. It's not random. We believe they were drawn by the residual radiation and by Miraluz. Before the generals could process the shock, another urgent alert popped up on screen. A separate operations officer's voice blared through the speakers. Las Vegas has gone dark. We have confirmed sighting of a massive creature, larger than the male Mudo. Massive EMP pulses. Entire city is offline. The screen flashed with shaky drone footage. A hulking creature with glowing red lines pulsing through its carapace, stomping through the outskirts of the city. A hellish screech followed, rattling speakers. The female Mudo, Serizawa confirmed, his voice grim. She's active, and she's responding to the male's signal. They're both heading to Nublar Island. Now there were three. Godzilla, the Mudos, and Miraluz. Godzilla, a known alpha. The Mudos, confirmed beta-class threats. Miraluz? No classification existed for him anymore. He wasn't yet alpha. He was something in between. Chapter 85. Who allowed you into my territory? The president stood slowly. I don't care what it takes, he said, voice iron. I want the oxygen destroyer ready. Apex, Monarch, DARPA, everyone. Spare no resource. If we don't stop this convergence, the Earth itself may fall under the rule of Titans. And deep beneath the waves of the Pacific, Miraluz opened his golden eyes, aware, alert, and ready for what was to come. The world had survived monster chaos before, barely. Back then, just a few rogue titans had left entire civilizations scrambling to respond. But now, a convergence of powers was unfolding. Male and female Mudos had resurfaced, and the once-forgotten king, Godzilla. In the heart of a high-tech underground command center, lined with glowing monitors and satellite feeds, the atmosphere was suffocating with anxiety. World leaders, military officials, and scientists sat in tense silence, watching the disaster unfold in real time. Dr. Ichiro Serizawa stood at the front of the room, his expression unreadable as he addressed the others. Everyone, I know this appears grim, he said, adjusting his glasses. The emergence of both Mudos and the dinosaur king Miraluz is undeniably catastrophic, but the recent awakening of Godzilla might not be a curse. Murmurs rippled across the room. Godzilla is not our enemy, Serizawa continued, louder now. He's the will of the earth made flesh, a force of balance. He has never hunted humans for sport or territory. He acts only when the natural order is disturbed. Miraluz and the Mudos? They've shaken that order. A general scoffed. You've said this before, Doctor. But tell me, how do you know he'll fight for us this time? Serizawa met his gaze calmly. Because it is in his nature. He's done it before. And this time, his presence may be our only hope. Though skepticism hung thick in the air, heads began to nod. Not because they were convinced, but because they had no other options. The world had no weapons left to fight the gods. Maybe letting the gods fight each other was the only choice. Isla Nublar, muttered one official, zooming in on the Pacific satellite feed. It's still the stronghold of Miraluz, correct? And now, Godzilla and the Mudos are converging on it. Let them tear each other apart, another said grimly. But then an alert tone blared across the control room. A technician looked up from his console in panic. Sir, requesting satellite reconfirmation of Miraluz's location, but what? Barked the chief. We've lost visibility. A massive thunderstorm system just manifested above Nublar. We're talking impossible cloud density. It came out of nowhere, almost like it was summoned. A collective shiver ran through the room. Summoned? The chief repeated, standing. You're saying Miraluz created this? Serizawa's face went pale. It's possible. Miraluz may have absorbed the nuclear energy we fired at him. That might have triggered an alpha-level transformation. Alpha class, like Godzilla? Possibly even beyond, Serizawa whispered. Meanwhile, above the Pacific Ocean, waves churned violently as a black mass surged from the depths of the sea. A massive dorsal spine broke the surface, followed by another, each one jagged like obsidian mountain peaks. A deep, rumbling tremor followed. Then came the head. Godzilla erupted from the waves, water cascading down his rough, battle-scarred body. Standing over 100 meters tall, with charcoal gray skin hardened like volcanic rock, and claws sharpened by eons of combat, He was an apex predator built to endure. His golden eyes scanned the horizon. Far ahead, a swirling thundercloud mass towered like a mountain of rage, casting bolts of red lightning into the sea. He could feel the presence inside. Familiar, ancient, kin, a territorial challenge. Godzilla's spines began to glow faintly, a pulsating blue light signaling agitation. With a roar that shook the ocean floor, he charged forward, tail cutting through waves, each step creating tsunamis in his wake. But the moment he crossed the outer edge of the thundercloud barrier, crack! A lightning bolt struck directly in front of him, but Godzilla didn't flinch. He stared into the storm with defiance. Ruawayer. His challenge echoed across the heavens. And the sky answered. A crimson bolt slashed through the clouds, lighting up the silhouette of something massive. Wings. Scales. A draconic body, easily twice his wingspan, hovered above, his form cloaked by the blood-red mist of his storm. A voice, not a vocal one, but ancient and invasive, rang across Godzilla's mind. Who allowed you to trespass on my territory? Chapter 86, Battle of King's Eye. High above the churning sea, dark storm clouds loomed. High in the sky, Miralo's silver-scaled wings beat with thunderous force, slicing through the tempest. Golden eyes scanned the world below with icy precision. Who allowed you to trespass on my territory? His voice echoed like thunder, amplified by the storm. Beneath him, rising from the roiling ocean, Godzilla's colossal form emerged from the sea like a god awakened from slumber. The ancient titan's glowing dorsal fins crackled faintly, but his eyes widened with disbelief. Godzilla POV. Wings? Flying? No, that's not possible. No Gojira has wings. Not since the Age of Fire. And this power, he feels like one of us, but not. Not born of the old titans. So then what are you? For a brief moment, Godzilla stared, not with rage, but with curiosity and confusion. Then, he snorted, a deep, guttural sound that sent ripples across the water. I've slept too long. The new generation has grown bold, forgotten their roots. Forgotten me. Great Mother, is this your will? To awaken me now, when the world twists with change. High above, Miraluz narrowed his gaze, sensing the rising energy from the sea. Miraluz POV. He looks at me like I'm kin. Huh. Naive. I am the new king. I don't kneel to legends. With a crack of thunder behind him, he raised his wings, channeling the storm into a focused strike. His scales shimmered golden, lightning licked the sky. Crack! A searing bolt of golden-red lightning shot downward. Over 100 million volts screamed through the air. Godzilla had no time to react. Boom! The bolt hit home. Lightning exploded across Godzilla's armored hide. Sparks erupted in a blinding burst. His massive form twisted as though struck by the fist of a god, crashing back into the sea with the force of a falling mountain. The water surged high into the sky, swallowing entire clouds. One shot won't do it. I know your type, too stubborn to die, but I needed to make my point. And sure enough, roar. The ocean lit up from below, a blue-white brilliance shot out, illuminating the underbelly of the storm. The sea foamed and hissed as radioactive heat boiled the waves. Godzilla's POV. I see how it is. You're not just a beast. You're an alpha. But you know nothing of the fire the Great Mother breathed into us. You're powerful, yes, but undisciplined. Flashover foundation. Godzilla's chest expanded, his dorsal fins glowing brighter and brighter, until... Pruawaf. He fired. A massive beam of atomic breath exploded skyward from beneath the waves, just as Miraluz unleashed his own from above. Two worlds collided. Sky and sea. Light and fury. Blue-white beams smashed into each other, roaring in midair like dueling dragons. The storm screamed. Thunder cracked louder than ever. The clouds above caught fire. Miraluz POV. His atomic breath stronger. Guess the older you are, the stronger the reactor. But I own the sky. His wings spread wider, gathering momentum. His reactor pulsed with violent rhythm, feeding his beam more energy. Slowly, agonizingly, his breath began to overpower Godzilla's. Godzilla POV. He's pushing me back? No, she wouldn't allow this. But what if he's one of hers too? Born after me. Changed. Adapted. An answer to a future I cannot understand. No. I am the king of the monsters. I will not yield to time. I will not bow to evolution. He roared again, louder. But it was too late. Miralo's radioactive beam smashed through Godzilla's own and struck him directly. The ocean erupted as the blast detonated beneath the waves. Water vaporized instantly. Godzilla's body was thrown deeper into the sea, smashing into the ocean floor with a thunderous quake. The shockwave traveled miles. Underwater volcanoes stirred. Coral reefs shattered. Whales fled in terror. Miraluz hovered above it all, unmoving, unshaken. Miraluz POV. This world has changed. The old gods, they need to understand that. He stared into the churning blue abyss below, breath steady, wings stirring faint gusts around him. Still alive, aren't you? Of course you are. That wouldn't be enough to stop you. Good. Because I need to show you, and everyone, that age alone doesn't define a king. The moment the atomic radiation blast hit him, Godzilla's roar tore through the ocean like a tsunami made of sound. Reag, pain, searing, electric pain, coursed through his entire body. His armored scales flared a blinding blue-white before his titanic frame lost all balance. He tumbled backward through the waves like a mountain breaking apart, crashing into the abyss of the sea floor with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the tectonic plates. The sea swallowed him. The light dimmed. But deep within the dark, pressure-filled ocean, a pair of glowing eyes reignited. Chapter 87, Battle of Kings 2. Godzilla's POV. He hurt me. That breath. That intensity. This isn't some reckless fledgling. This is why she woke me. She never hid our kind from one another. This is a battle for a new king by her ordain. I will not lose. The blue light in Godzilla's dorsal plates began to flicker as his thoughts sharpened. You bear her mark, but your body, it's foreign. Winged. Evolved. But not of our ancient stock. He rose. Massive claws gripped the seabed, crushing centuries of coral. He stood. His posture was steady now. His pride, unchallenged. The roar that escaped his maw was not just fury, it was challenge. Roar. High above, Miraluz sliced through the storm like a divine blade of vengeance. But he was far from overconfident. His senses sharpened as he folded his wings, tucking into a freefall. A silver comet plunged from the clouds. Swoosh! He speared into the water, generating a shockwave that erupted in all directions and created a tsunami nearly 100 meters tall. The oceans trembled in his presence. Below, he saw Godzilla standing tall again, wounded, angry, but alive. Miralo's POV. Not bad, old one. Your scales are thick. Your energy reserves nearly drained, yet you rise. I respect that. But this world needs a stronger leader. It's me. He pushed forward, his long, elegant body cutting through the water like a living torpedo. Godzilla moved too, tail lashing out, carving the sea apart in a violent charge. They clashed like underwater titans, shadows in the deep, each movement causing sonic booms that sent shoals of fish scattering for miles. Godzilla lunged, massive jaws wide open. But Miraluz was quicker. He twisted his body mid-swim, sleek and snake-like, and avoided the bite by mere meters. He rotated behind Godzilla in a blur, his tail trailing a glowing arc of red lightning. And then, roar! He let loose a roar that unleashed resonance charges, directed like underwater torpedoes. The blast slammed into Godzilla's dorsal plates with pinpoint force. Boom, boom, boom. Each spine cracked under the sonic pressure, shearing away in jagged fragments. Godzilla howled in agony, twisting violently in the currents as shards of glowing blue dorsal bone floated around him like debris from a fallen star. Godzilla's POV. My spines. He sank again, trying to stabilize. He knew exactly where to hit. He studied me. How? Pain. Rage. More pain. And then, something ancient stirred in his gut. A memory. The battle against the Supreme Muto. The moment when he had no choice but to let go, everything. To cast away the precision of the atomic breath and unleash the uncontrolled core of his radiation. He had hoped to never use it again. But now he had no choice. Hurrah! Godzilla's dorsal spines, fractured and broken, suddenly lit up with violent intensity. The fissures glowed molten blue-white, illuminating the sea for miles. The ocean boiled. Steam erupted toward the surface. And then, boom! An unfocused burst of radioactive heat and plasma erupted from his back. The surrounding water superheated, turning to vapor in explosive jets. The sea became a furnace. A massive dorsal radiation burst. Miraluz was caught point-blank. Miraluz POV. What is? The detonation was so sudden that he didn't have time to evade. The pressure wave alone hurled him backward, slamming him into the seabed and carving a trench beneath him. His silver-white scales cracked under the heat. Plasma burned through his hide. Red-hot fissures opened along his chest and flanks. He coughed, not from pain, but from the shock of it. Blood. It oozed slowly from the seared gashes on his sides. His body sizzled. He drew blood. For the first time, he bled since becoming a Titan. And yet, he smiled. Finally, the thrill of pain. The sensation of vulnerability. It's been so long. This is what I wanted. Not another whimpering Titan to flatten in seconds, but a true alpha. Godzilla, now I see you. He rose from the ocean floor, slower this time, wounded but burning with new purpose. Above, the sea glowed from the radiation. Fish floated belly up. Clouds steamed from the surface. Miraluz lifted his wings again. His body trembled from the damage, but his eyes were wild, exhilarated. Godzilla's POV. He's still coming. Godzilla's breathing was labored. The radiation burst took almost everything he had left. His reserves were low, too low to fire another atomic breath. His body struggled to regulate heat. The ocean, usually his sanctuary, boiled with his own fury. You should have stayed down. But if you did, you wouldn't have been one of us. But inwardly, he respected it. Miraluz swam slowly toward him now, no longer outpacing him with speed. Not darting around. This was something else. A duel. No powers. No atomic breath. No lightning. No flight. Just claws, fangs, and fury. Godzilla stood straighter. Challenge accepted. They clashed. Miraluz slammed into Godzilla with his shoulder, jaws snapping. Godzilla caught him with his claws and retaliated with a vicious head, but that sent blood flying from Miraluz's snout. They tore into each other beneath the ocean waves, biting, raking, tail whipping. The currents thrashed with their movements. Each hit echoed through the planet's crust. No finesse, no tricks, just raw power. Above them, satellites flickered from the radiation pulses. Monarch control rooms around the world lost contact with their oceanic sensors. But even without footage, one thing was clear. A war had begun, and the kings were fighting not just for territory, but for the right to rule the Titans. Chapter 88. Phase Shift. Zitsizi. The ocean trembled. Miraluz's scales ignited with a blinding cascade of golden lightning. Every cell in his body buzzed violently, rubbing, colliding, and crackling as the tension built. His body acted like a giant Tesla coil, flesh and sinew generating a surging voltage that climbed higher with every millisecond. Then came the shift. The arcs didn't just spark, they stabilized. In a flash, a dome of electromagnetic energy escaped from his body, linking him with the planetary field that spanned the oceans. It didn't just shield him, it echoed every vibration, every electric pulse of the sea, syncing with the earth itself. His very body became an extension of the environment, a living storm. Phase shift. He vanished. The massive ocean currents spiraled violently, reacting to his sudden disappearance. Pressure waves spread in all directions, but not a trace of the massive draconic Titan could be seen. Only turbulence remained. Godzilla turned his massive head, scanning with his primal senses. He had fought Titans that cloaked, Titans that flew, Titans that spit toxins and turned the air itself to fire. But this was different. This one became the battlefield. He narrowed his eyes. The water to his left surged, but too late. Boom. A red blur slammed into his side with terrifying force. Miraluz's tail struck like a living railgun, plasma arcs spiraling behind it. The magnetic vortex spun around his tail, concentrating friction and acceleration into one devastating attack. Godzilla's scales exploded inward. The punch bypassed the exterior armor. It sent a direct concussive force deep into his chest cavity, shattering ribs and rupturing capillaries. Red mist erupted from his mouth. He roared, but before the sound completed, a second blow struck his spine. Wham! Miraluz circled like a phantom shark, invisible, fast, precise. Another blow landed to Godzilla's flank, then another, each coming from a different direction. Godzilla thrashed with atomic fury, but hit nothing. Miraluz reappeared above, hovering briefly, letting red arcs dance around his outstretched wings. Too slow, he growled, diving downward again. Godzilla anticipated him this time. The king of the monsters turned and unleashed a wide wave of pure concussive force with his tail. The blow sliced through water like a tsunami, catching the edge of Miraluz's wing. The dragon roared, not in pain, but in irritation, and righted himself. His electromagnetic stealth faltered for a second. Now, Godzilla's mouth glowed blue. Atomic energy flowed to the surface. But Miraluz, recognizing the hum of the breaths build up, dove and twisted mid-water with uncanny grace. Godzilla fired. Kawam! The beam cut through the ocean like a lance of the gods. It superheated everything it touched, vaporizing thousands of tons of water, forming an expanding bubble of steam and plasma. But it missed. Miraluz vanished again, escaping the attack, but only slightly. Then, bam! Another direct strike, this one to Godzilla's lower jaw. His head snapped backward, and the beam cut upward into the sky, slicing a hole in the storm clouds above. Lightning crackled in response. The heavens echoed the violence below. Miraluz circled him again. His voice, calm and sharp, echoed into Godzilla's mind like sonar. You're strong, but you're ancient. You're slow. Godzilla answered the only way he could, with a full-body surge. He let the radioactive core inside him overheat. The sea around him boiled. A sphere of superheated pressure expanded outward, catching Miraluz mid-rotation. For the first time, the dragon grunted. His force field crackled. His stealth broke entirely. The two titans stared at each other, just meters apart. Then they charged. Crash. The impact flattened the seabed. Coral reefs shattered. Columns of dust and ash flew into the currents. Godzilla bit into Miraluz's shoulder, his serrated teeth puncturing scales. But Miraluz didn't flinch. He grabbed Godzilla's throat with electrified claws and forced nuclear power directly into his bloodstream. Godzilla spasmed. Arcs of red lightning erupted from his spines. They disengaged. Both giants backed off, eyeing the other. Both wounded. Both furious. And then, a high-pitched sh tore through the sea like a banshee's wail. Miraluz and Godzilla both turned. Far above, cutting through the thunderclouds, two black figures emerged. One was massive, with angular limbs like cleavers and pulsing red lines across its shell. The other, smaller but faster, zipped through the sky like a missile with wings. The Mudos. Chapter 89 Mudos. The storm clouds writhed above Isla Nublar like a god had clenched the sky in its grip. Bolts of lightning lashed across the ocean, illuminating the charred and tattered battlefield below. Floating chunks of broken coral, shattered rock, and blackened titan scales drifted across the blood-streaked water. The aftershock of the underwater battle still pulsed like echoes in the deep. And from the horizon, slicing through the radioactive mist, came two dark shapes. The male Mudo, lean and bat-like with twitching wings built for speed and scouting, screeched a high-pitched signal. Moments later, the female Mudo, her bulk 3 times that of her mate, sickle arms gleaming wet from the depths. Her crimson eyes locked instantly on the floating dragon figure rising from the shattered sea. Miraluz, his silver scales cracked and smoking, wings flared wide, chest heaving. The scent of scorched flesh. The sting of nuclear energy. This was an opportunity. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. They attacked. POV, male Mudo. Speed was everything. He zipped between lightning bolts, wings folding for a dive. Beneath him, Miraluz's massive wings were steady, motionless. Why wasn't he moving? He's weak. Can't keep up. Good. The male Mudo dove with a shrill screech, limbs ready to dig into soft dragon flesh. But the moment he neared, he felt it. A shift in charge, the crackle of something unnatural. His wings flicked open in alarm. Too late. From Miraluz's tail, a burning blue-white arc erupted. Not atomic breath. Something else. The tail plasma hissed through the air like a blade from the stars, blinding, burning, cutting. It struck. The male Muto didn't even scream. His body split mid-air, the plasma tail scything through his torso with precise cruelty. His top half spun upward like a broken disc. His lower body splashed into the sea in a fountain of boiling blood. POV, female Muto. She screamed, not in grief, but fury. A challenge. Her forelimbs curled, then launched her like a missile through the waves. Her armor was thicker than her mate's. Her claws had torn into Titan steel before. She had felled reactors. She would not fall here. Miraluz rotated in the air lazily, tail still glowing, body battered but balanced. She saw the blood slicking his shoulder, the torn wing membrane, the shaking limbs. He's bluffing. But as she lunged, something struck her. Not physically, mentally. Miraluz wasn't breathing hard. He was holding his breath. He was focused. POV Miraluz. He could still taste Godzilla's blood in the air, feel the tremble in his wing joints. The alpha's roar still echoed through his bones. But these pests, these opportunistic parasites, had the gall to think he was vulnerable? He let the female come. She was predictable, brute force. She closed fast, her arms raised high for a slicing attack. He angled his wings to redirect the storm's updraft, using the thermal lift to veer sideways at the last second. Her sickles slashed through empty air. With a twisting motion, he snapped his jaws and released a short burst of ionized plasma breath, not aimed for damage, but disorientation. The searing cloud exploded against her shoulder, blinding one of her eyes and searing her armor. She screamed. He dove. Miraluz slammed his horns into her midsection, flipping her backward like a breached whale. Her limbs flailed, trying to catch something, anything. She found one of his wings. Claws sank deep, ripped scales. Miraluz roared and let gravity do the work, dragging them both into the water. The ocean swallowed them both. The thunderstorm was replaced by crushing silence. Only the faint rumble of distant quakes and the blinking bio-lights from Miraluz's side glowed in the abyss. The female Muto was stronger here. Her body, designed for deep sea pressure, moved like a torpedo in the gloom. She caught Miraluz mid-roll, pinning him against the volcanic shelf. Her arms rained blows, sickle after sickle. Crack. One tore into the side of Miraluz's jaw. He growled, blood billowing into the water like dark ink. He countered by channeling electricity through his body. The electromagnetic field surged. A blue-white pulse burst from his core, arcing through the water like a live net. The female Muto shrieked as the charge overwhelmed her nervous system. Her limbs locked. Her body spasmed. Miraluz didn't wait. He coiled his tail like a serpent and smashed it into her gut, sending her hurtling across the seafloor. She crashed into a coral outcrop, dazed but not dead. Miraluz surfaced again, wings tearing through the water, dragging half the ocean with him. Thunder cracked above. Still alive. Still dominant. But not untouched. His chest burned. His wingtip was frayed. His energy reserves were draining fast. Too much plasma use, too much bleeding. He needed to end this. Now. The female Muto surfaced with a scream, her body steaming, the EMP burst still dancing across her limbs. But her mind was clear. Kill him. Rise. This wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about evolution. If she could absorb enough radiation from this island, from the corpses of Godzilla and this freak dragon, she could grow. She could ascend. With a bellow, she launched herself into the air, not flying, but leaping, using her bulk and gravity to become a living meteor. Miraluz saw her coming. He opened his wings and embraced the storm. Lightning danced across his scales. He welcomed the energy, just a little more. He rose. They met in midair. She slammed into him like a freight train. His claws dug into her armored chest. Her sickle stabbed his sides. Blood exploded in every direction. But Miraluz had something she didn't. Strategy. Chapter 90, 10M. She charged. The sea boiled around her as she plowed forward, massive forelimbs slamming through the water, sending up geysers. Sparks of bluish-white light flickered across her armor plates, and the air around her began to hum, low at first, then growing until it was a teeth-rattling vibration. Miralo's spine crackled as the electromagnetic pulse rolled toward him. Unlike the male, the female didn't need to focus her EMP through specialized forelimbs. Her entire body radiated it in a sphere of interference. From the shore, human observers saw their instruments spike and die. Drones fell from the air. Naval ships in the distance blinked into blackness as their systems failed. Miraluz felt it too. His sensory nodes tingled as the EMP clawed at his bioelectric pathways. For a lesser titan, this field could have crippled motor control or interrupted energy channeling. But Miraluz only narrowed his glowing eyes. Roar! His response was a bellow that cracked the air like a cannonade. The sound didn't just echo, it pressed outward in a shockwave. The dragon's roar wasn't for intimidation, it was a weapon. The sonic pulse slammed into the female Mudo like a physical wall. Her charge faltered. The pressure wave rattled her exoskeleton, spiderwebbing cracks along her armored forelimbs. The water around her erupted into spray under the impact, but she gritted against it, claws digging forward. From her POV, the sound wasn't just loud, it was invasive. It vibrated through her armored carapace, rattling her organs, turning her vision into a strobing mess. Every nerve fired in chaos, yet she forced herself onward. Miraluz killed her mate. That was all that mattered. She lunged. Miraluz pivoted sideways in the water, the movement creating a whirlpool of displaced sea. His tail whipped around for another plasma arc strike, but this time the female ducked low under it, her forelimbs stabbing upward to try and hook his wing joint. Persistent insect, Miraluz growled in his mind. She grabbed on, claws piercing the scaled flesh of his wing membrane. Miralo's roar deepened in irritation, and he shifted tactics. Instead of trying to shake her loose, he surged forward, dragging her along, and then dove beneath the waves. The sudden shift to underwater combat stole her footing. The ocean swallowed them both in a roaring maelstrom. Underwater, the EMP field was even more dangerous. Electricity diffused differently here, and Miralo's sensory systems began flickering from interference. The female tried to take advantage, swinging her massive jaws toward his neck. But Miraluz had fought in these conditions before. He clamped one claw around her mandibles before they could close, then drove his other claw into the softer underarmor between her neck plates. His tail swept low, not in a cutting arc this time, but as a bludgeon. It smashed into her midsection with a thunderous whump, the impact echoing through the water like an underwater landslide. The blow dislodged her grip, but not before she raked deep gouges along his shoulder armor. Greenish blood, not hers, clouded the water. Above, from the POV of a human naval commander, the ocean's surface bulged and erupted as the two titans broke back into view, water cascading off their forms like a waterfall. Miraluz didn't give her time to recover. He inhaled sharply, energy coalescing in his chest. The EMP still dulled the charge, but he didn't need full power, just enough precision. His tail arched upward, glowing with concentrated radiation. "UN now," he rumbled. A blast of the radiation lanced forward, a spear of incandescent energy that punched directly into the female Mudo's open maw as she roared in defiance. From her POV, there was no time to react. The beam flooded her throat, vaporizing tissue and boiling the fluids in her head before she even understood she'd been struck. Her vision went white, then black. Boom. The explosion ripped her triangular head apart from within, spraying a horrific mix of ichor and brain matter into the air before both she and the gore splashed back into the sea. Her body twitched once, then stilled. Miraluz straightened, sides heaving. The water around him churned with blood and debris. "A family should be neat and tidy," he muttered darkly, letting the waves carry the carcasses away. "You hunted a male Mudo, Titan, and obtained 3 million gene points. You hunted a female Mudo, Titan, and obtained 7 million gene points. 10 million gene points. Not bad. Titans were worth far more than ordinary monsters, millions of points each, compared to the thousands of lesser beasts provided. The earthquake beetle gene, electromagnetic pulse LV1, can be extracted. Extract. Yes. Electromagnetic pulse LV1, 0/1, 000, 000. Even starting at third-tier strength, It would take millions of points to enhance. Still, this was his first Titan gene, well worth the cost. Perhaps the hollow earth contained more of them. Down there, Titans were as common as prey animals, a true treasure trove of power. A deep, rumbling roar interrupted his thoughts. Godzilla. The atomic dinosaur's voice carried a clear message. We're not done. Miraluz turned, eyes locking on the distant shape rising from the waves. Godzilla's injuries had closed, and his dorsal fins glowed faintly. He glared at Miraluz, rumbled something half like a challenge, half like a promise, and then sank back into the deep, retreating from Isla Nublar. If you're old, train harder, Miraluz called after him, his voice rolling across the water like distant thunder. Next time we meet, bow your head when you stand before a true Titan. Godzilla didn't respond except for a sharp, irritated snort. Inwardly, he seethed. Beaten by a younger Titan? Unthinkable. But he had been weakened, woken from hibernation too soon, nuclear reserves low. Next time, there would be no such weakness. He turned toward the nearest nuclear power plant. Humanity's petty machines would pay their protection fee. The sea swallowed him, and the world waited for round two. The sea lay still for the first time in days. No distant roars, no thunder of clashing titans, only the hiss of waves rolling against the blackened, scorched shores of Isla Nublar. Miraluz landed heavily on the island, the ground trembling under his bulk. The battles with the Mudos had drained him, both physically and in the reserves of power coiled deep within his body. Yet Isla Nublar was still rich in nuclear radiation, perfect for recovery. He spread his wings wide to soak in the heat from the sun, while his body drew in the radiation like a sponge. The taste of it was sharp, metallic, and invigorating. Every second, he felt strength creeping back into his limbs, his wounds knitting, his energy surging. The familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind. You have gained 10 million gene points from the hunt. All 10 sub-gene abilities can be upgraded by 1 level. Power rolled through him in waves as his abilities evolved in sync. His frame swelled, his dorsal spines lengthened, and the armored plates along his chest thickened into near impenetrable fortifications. He now stood at a full 180 meters in length, his height surpassing 90 meters, his mass rivaling Godzilla's own, hundreds of thousands of tons of coiled muscle and plated bone. Ding! Congratulations on completing Godzilla 2014. Reward, 3 Titan Blood Essence. The system's voice was calm, but Miraluz could feel the magnitude of the prize. Titan blood, most precious of rewards. And there was more. From the still warm corpses of the male and female Mudos, his subordinates had harvested 2 additional portions. 5 in total. Enough to awaken and strengthen the 5. Miraluz lifted his head toward the sky, feeling the thunder in his veins. But the Mudos were only the beginning. From the monster universe timeline, their deaths would draw out something even more dangerous, the Supreme Mudo, the alpha of their kind. That one was no ordinary Titan. It was an apex hunter, capable of challenging even the most feared. He remembered the records. The 2014 Godzilla had struggled against it, forced into desperation until humans had tipped the scales in his favor. Without that help, Godzilla could have fallen, his body turned into an incubator for the Supreme Mudo's spawn, as had happened to the ancient Titan Dagon centuries ago. Such a foe was worth seeking. But before the hunt could begin, there was the matter of the humans. America. Their warships had fired on him. Their aircraft had raked his hide with missiles. They had even considered erasing Isla Nublar with nuclear fire. Such arrogance demanded an answer. And they had plenty of tempting targets: nuclear power plants, military bases, nuclear submarines, aircraft carriers. Each was a banquet of fuel for him and a wound to their pride. If they wanted to provoke a Titan, then they would taste the consequences. 3 days passed. The nuclear glow of Isla Nublar dimmed, the radiation absorbed into Miraluz's core until the island felt almost quiet. The wreckage of nuclear-powered vessels in the bay was stripped of their energy, leaving only twisted metal. His strength was not only restored, it was enhanced. When he took to the skies, the air cracked under the beat of his wings. His destination, Isla Sorna, the new home of the Jurassic Alliance. The flight was swift. When he crossed into the island's airspace, dark thunderclouds formed in his wake, spiraling into a protective storm that would linger as a permanent shield over the surrounding waters. If the humans tried again, they would find themselves in a maelstrom before even glimpsing the shore. Gray's POV. The sound was familiar, not the chaotic roar of natural storms, but the deep, rolling cadence of their ruler's power. "Big brother," she roared, the cry taken up by the chorus of other dinosaurs on the island. "Dragon god," shouted another, a horned ceratopsian stomping in excitement. From the cliffs, they watched Miraluz descend, lightning tracing along the edges of his wings. His landing shook the trees, but the fear it inspired was not for his allies. It was a reassurance. The dragon god had returned, victorious. Miraluz strode inland, acknowledging the calls with a slow nod. He inspected the island, pleased with what he saw. The herbivorous herds relocated from Nublar and grazed in the sprawling forests, their numbers healthy and growing. Near the mountains, the Tautai Beast King's massive burrow was nearly complete, its soldiers already patrolling the territory. Then came the most unexpected sight, rows of massive eggs, each glowing faintly from within. The parthenogenesis potion he had distributed had worked. Even without males, the females of the Alliance had laid their first clutches. Within weeks, the next generation of the Jurassic Alliance would hatch, swelling their numbers. Chapter 91. Charging. The heart of Isla Sorna pulsed with new life. In its central highlands, surrounded by sheer cliffs and thick jungle, lay the nursery, a protected cradle for the future of the Jurassic Alliance. The air was warm and damp, thick with the earthy scent of fresh soil and the faint heat radiating from thousands of eggs. The female dinosaurs had worked tirelessly, digging deep, hidden nests shielded from view. Over these, they built wooden sheds from towering tree trunks, layered with palm fronds to keep the wind and rain at bay. Each nest was an underground chamber lined with moss, volcanic ash, and soft loam, the ideal conditions for incubation. Inside, the eggs lay like jewels of stone, each one massive, each one a promise. Most nests held between 10 and 30 eggs, though the numbers varied. The big herbivores and apex predators laid fewer eggs, as their colossal offspring required more space and energy, while the smaller and mid-sized dinosaurs produced far greater clutches. Yet even the smallest eggs were beyond the scale of the ancient world's dinosaurs. A single Tyrannosaurus egg from Rexy herself weighed over 10 tons, like a truck of steel and muscle waiting to hatch. In another nest, a Compsognathus egg weighed barely a ton, the size of a small car. And in between were countless other titanic creations: Quetzalcoatlus eggs, Giganotosaurus eggs, Spinosaurus eggs, Mosasaur eggs, Therizinosaur eggs, Allosaurus eggs, Carnotaurus eggs, Velociraptor eggs, Dilophosaurus eggs. One nest stood apart. It held only 7 eggs, but each was monstrous, over 30 tons apiece, armored shells veined with faint bioluminescent lines. They radiated heat and a low hum, as if the life within was already aware of the world waiting beyond. These were Gray's eggs, the future heirs of her lineage. Each would hatch into a giant with the potential to be a titan. All told, the first batch numbered over 5,000 eggs. When they hatched, the ground itself might tremble beneath the feet of the newborn horde. And this was only the beginning. With each passing cycle, the clutches would grow stronger, more numerous. The dragon race would not simply endure, they would reclaim dominion over the earth. The shore of Sorna. Miraluz landed on the black volcanic sands of the western coast, the sea boiling where his talons touched. He called, his roar echoing over the waves, summoning the 5 generals. The ground quaked as they arrived, Mosasaur sliding from the surf with a spray of salt water, Giganotosaurus and Tyrannosaurus shaking the earth with each step, Spinosaurus lumbering in with water dripping from its sail, and Quetzalcoatlus descending from the clouds with a wingspan that blotted out the sun. From within his massive claw, Miraluz revealed 5 crystalline vials, each glowing faintly red gold, the blood of titans. "Drink," he commanded. The generals obeyed without hesitation. The essence burned like liquid fire as it coursed through their veins, rewriting their flesh and bone. They roared as their bodies swelled, muscles tightening, armor thickening, senses sharpening. Giganotosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, and Spinosaurus, each now stretched beyond 50 meters in length, their frames surpassing 3,000 tons. Quetzalcoatlus's wings spread to an astonishing 100 meters from tip to tip, his shadow casting half the coast in darkness. Mosasaur's body grew to 80 meters, his mass surpassing 5,000 tons, his tail lashing with tidal force. Their eyes gleamed with new awareness. They were no longer merely great beasts. They were climbing toward Titanhood itself. A few more infusions, Miraluz knew, and they would stand as true peers among the giants. Bermuda Triangle, Bravo Castle, Monarch Headquarters. Far from the thunder-racked skies of Sorna, in a fortified research bastion hidden within the shifting waters of the Bermuda Triangle, Monarch was in a state of high alert. Dr. Serizawa. Vivian Graham burst into the command room, tablet in hand. We have tracked Godzilla. He's heading toward France. The walls were lined with holographic displays, each showing shifting maps, radiation readings, and satellite feeds. In the center, a crimson trace marked the path of their target. Monarch's tracking array, an integrated network of military-grade satellites and proprietary sensors, had locked onto the unique radioactive signature of Godzilla's body. Even across oceans, the pattern was unmistakable. Serizawa's gaze sharpened. His destination? The Gravelines nuclear power plant, Vivian replied. One of the largest in Europe. The room fell silent for a moment as the implications settled in. Since the battle at Isla Nublar, Godzilla had been moving across the Atlantic and through European waters, striking at nuclear power plants with terrifying precision. Smaller reactors in coastal towns had already fallen, their cores drained of energy. But each time, it seemed unsatisfying. This time, Vivian continued, he's going after something bigger. Serizawa's expression was grim. He's feeding, strengthening, preparing for something. Across the table, Admiral Stenz, representing the military liaison team, leaned forward. Preparing for what, Doctor? Serizawa hesitated, the weight of his thoughts clear in his eyes. War. Vivian pressed a hand to her chest, feeling the frantic thud of her heartbeat. She had faced crises before, but nothing, compared to what the world had endured in these last months. The chain of events was almost too surreal to process. First, the combined might of America's three armed forces had been obliterated, not by a monster from the deep, not by a nuclear strike, but by the dinosaur king himself, Miraluz, and his unstoppable legions from Isla Nublar. The footage of his colossal form leading the charge still haunted her, and ruler reborn, wielding powers beyond any biological precedent. Then, the unthinkable. A nuclear detonation in the Pacific had roused Godzilla from the oceanic abyss, and with him, the winged Mudos. They had converged on Isla Nublar in a titanic clash that bent the very island to their will. But when the dust cleared, the Mudos were gone. Monarch's best guess, Miraluz had killed them. When Godzilla emerged from the island afterward, the king of the monsters bore wounds unlike any Vivian had ever seen. Gashes across his hide, shattered dorsal spines, and even sections of armored scales missing. She didn't need confirmation to suspect the truth. Miraluz had hurt him. Badly. And now, as if possessed, Godzilla had been striking nuclear facilities across Europe, one after another, consuming their reactors like a predator devouring prey. According to my guess, Serizawa said, his voice steady but heavy with implication, Godzilla must have been injured in battle with Miraluz. These attacks, they are not random. He is feeding, absorbing nuclear energy to heal his wounds, to prepare for another confrontation. He intends to increase his power, to face Miraluz again. His words hung in the air like an approaching storm. Vivian had always respected Serizawa's insight, but this time his theory sent a chill down her spine. If Godzilla needed this much energy to be ready for the next fight, then what kind of power was Miraluz holding now? And worse, what would happen if their rematch took place on human soil? Around the world, the shift in perception had been swift and brutal. Godzilla was no longer the guardian of ecological balance Serizawa had championed. To most governments, he was now an indiscriminate destroyer, an apex predator turning human infrastructure into fuel for war. Dr. Serizawa, Vivian's voice cut into the tense silence. We just received word. Godzilla has made landfall in France. The French Air Force is mobilizing. They're less than 10 kilometers from his position. Sarazawa's head snapped toward her. Tell them to fall back immediately. If they interfere, they will only provoke him. Once he absorbs the plant's energy, he will leave. But if they anger him, his tone hardened. He will not show mercy. Gravelines nuclear power plant, northern France. The air was already trembling before the locals saw him. The deep, earth-born rumble grew into a physical force that rattled windows and set car alarms screaming. Godzilla's silhouette rose beyond the horizon, a moving mountain of scale and muscle, his jagged spines tearing the gray sky. He ignored the formation of Rafale fighters closing in from all sides, his glowing eyes fixed solely on the nuclear reactor complex ahead. With each step, reinforced concrete cracked underfoot. The plant's defenses were meaningless. The great reactor might as well have been a child's toy before the king's might. He smashed through it with a single heaving blow, tearing into the containment structure. A flood of radioactive steam burst forth, and Godzilla inhaled deeply. The air shimmered around him as he drew the reactor's energy into himself, the glow in his throat and chest intensifying. Buzz, buzz. The sound was unnatural, a deep vibration in the bones of anyone nearby. His scales, once a matte obsidian, now pulsed with streaks of blinding blue, the charged fury of ionized atoms coursing through his body. The wounds from Miralu's devastating sonic pulse mended before the onlooker's eyes. Even his dorsal spines, once splintered into jagged ruins, regrew into vicious, coral-like blades. They were sharper now, each one an executioner's sword. A legend reborn. Burning Godzilla. The Air Force had its orders. They came in low, a dozen Rafales splitting into attack runs, missile bays opening. Fire. Contrails streaked across the sky. Dozens of warheads slammed into Godzilla's flanks, detonating in fiery blossoms. Concrete splitting booms echoed across the coast. It was like throwing pebbles at a mountain. The blasts left faint scorch marks, but Godzilla's massive frame didn't slow, didn't falter. And then, he turned his head toward the sky. He was angry. The roar that followed was like the tearing of the earth itself. A blinding surge of light built in his throat. In the next breath, a torrent of atomic energy erupted, the beam so bright it seared the air. He swept it upward in a deadly arc, slicing through the lead fighter. The aircraft disintegrated instantly. Another pass, another cut, like an anti-aircraft gun wielded by a god. The formation broke, but it was too late. One after another, the Rafales were carved out of existence, their wreckage raining into the sea. When the last of them fell, Godzilla gave a final, rumbling bellow, turned toward the ocean, and waded back into the deep. Within minutes, the waves had swallowed him whole. Chapter 92. Argo Naval Base I. The news that Godzilla had attacked nuclear power plants across Europe tore through the world like wildfire, sowing panic from the White House to war rooms in Beijing and Moscow. Every nation scrambled for answers. Then came a glimmer of relief. Monarch's deep-sea monitoring confirmed that after his devastating attack on the plant in France, Godzilla returned to his lair in the Bermuda Sea. There, his colossal form lay dormant, the ocean calm around him, at least for now. No signs of movement, no new assaults. The reprieve was short-lived. California, St. Argo Naval Base, Pacific Fleet Headquarters. Situated along the southern rim of St. Argo Bay, the sprawling base was a fortress of American naval power. Aircraft carriers, destroyers, and submarines lined its docks, the heart of the Pacific Fleet's operations. Since the declaration of Level 2 combat readiness, the base had been a hive of activity. Patrols doubled, air wings fueled, weapons loaded. Warships once stationed overseas had returned, forming a steel barrier against any threat from the Pacific. It was a perfect California morning. Sunlight glittered on the water. Seagulls wheeled over the harbor. Then the sky broke. Rumble. A low growl of thunder rolled across the horizon. The sailors glanced up from their duties, puzzled. What the hell? There wasn't a storm on the forecast, one petty officer muttered. It's San Argo, another shrugged. The forecast here is about as reliable as my ex-wife. But the clouds didn't just gather, they exploded. In less than a minute, the sun vanished behind a churning wall of black. Whoa, look at that! From the north, a colossal thunderstorm advanced with impossible speed, swallowing the sky. Forks of golden lightning split the darkness, their glow staining the ocean scarlet. The air smelled of ozone and burning metal. A young ensign froze, his gaze locked upward. Tell me I'm not seeing this. I swear, there's something in the clouds. Up in the roiling storm, a shape moved. It wasn't an aircraft. It wasn't a bird. A massive, silver-white dragon soared among the lightning, its wings spread wide enough to eclipse the last fading sliver of daylight. Each beat of those wings sent shockwaves rippling through the clouds, golden light flashing off scale and claw. Its eyes blazed like molten silver, its gaze fixed on the base below. Oh my God, that's him. Dragon King Miraluz. The cry spread through the base like wildfire. Sailors dropped what they were doing, scrambling for weapons, for shelter, for orders that could not possibly save them. He's here for us. He's here to finish what he started. The base siren screamed, the wailing alarm cutting through the storm. Loudspeakers barked orders. All hands to battle stations. All aircraft to scramble. Prepare the carrier strike groups for immediate launch. 3 carrier battle groups, the pride of the Pacific Fleet, moved into position. Deck crews rushed to arm F/A-18s and F-35s, ordnance teams loading missiles by the dozen. Helicopters whirled to life. Destroyers swung their guns toward the darkening horizon. The storm answered with its voice. A sudden, bone-shaking crackle tore through the air. Zzzt. From the heart of the thundercloud, an invisible pulse exploded outward. Every radar screen, every comms terminal, every control system in its path went white, then black. In the control tower, a radar operator's headset screeched with static. We've lost tracking. All systems, repeat, all systems, are down. This isn't possible, a lieutenant growled, flipping through dead displays. We've got hardened electronics. It's an EMP, another voice shouted. EMP. Massive one. The base commander slammed a fist onto the table. Get backup systems online. Now. It's no use, sir, a tech specialist said, pale-faced. The shielding's fried. He's overloading even our fail-safes. On the flight deck, pilots cursed as their controls went dead mid-taxi. One by one, the jets lost power. The unlucky few already airborne weren't just flying blind, they were falling. Mayday, mayday, we've lost all avionics. The transmission cut off in a shriek of static. From the carrier deck, crew members watched in horror as an F/A-18 spiraled downward, its pilot unable to eject. The jet slammed into the bay in a column of water and flame. Others followed, their sleek forms plunging helplessly into the ocean. The helicopters fared no better. Rotors slowed, then locked, the aircraft tumbling like toys into the sea. On the carriers themselves, sparks cascaded from open panels. Consoles smoked. The CICs went dark, the giant combat information screens lifeless. Crews grabbed fire extinguishers, but without functioning pumps, even firefighting systems faltered. In the destroyers and frigates, the story was the same. Navigation, weapons, radar, all dead. The once mighty strike groups sat motionless, blind and deaf in the water. The harbor lights winked out. The base descended into absolute blackness. For the first time in its history, the St. Argo Naval Base was powerless. And above them, silhouetted against the crimson lightning, Miraluz circled once, wings stretched to their full, terrible span. The world had just watched the lights of an entire naval superpower wink out in an instant. The electromagnetic pulse, no ordinary blast, but the newly perfected Level 2 EMP subgene from the Mudos, rolled across St. Argo like an invisible tidal wave. Every frequency, every wavelength was sharpened to perfection. The pulse didn't just fry circuits, it reached into them, doubling its destructive resonance until even shielded systems collapsed in cascades of burning plastic and shrapnel. The coverage was vast, tens of thousands of square kilometers, reaching far beyond the base and deep into the city itself. Power grids failed, satellites lost contact, and air traffic over California vanished from every radar in North America. To humanity, the modern battlefield had just been rewound a century. No drones, no missiles, no comms, no hope. From the control bunker beneath the base, Rear Admiral Fletcher gripped the cold metal railing and stared at the darkened operations room. His voice was hoarse. God help us. We're fighting a war from the Stone Age. Up above, the storm split open with a thunderclap. Chapter 93, Argo Naval Base 2. Miralu's POV. From within the heart of the thundercloud, the Dragon King gazed down on the crippled naval base. He could taste their fear in the air, mingled with the scent of scorched steel and ozone. All units, attack, his voice rumbled through the telepathic link shared by the Jurassic Alliance. It was not a request. It was a decree. They came like a tide of teeth and fury. Grey Dove first. Empowered by the Titan's blood coursing through her veins, her body moved faster, hit harder, and struck with a precision that belied her size. She plummeted like a meteor, claws extended. Boom! The carrier deck exploded beneath her, steel folding like paper. Grey roared in triumph as the colossal ship split along its keel, tilting helplessly into the bay. Waves rose high enough to batter docked destroyers against their moorings. From beneath the churning waters, a shadow surged upward, the mosasaur. With a lunge, it seized a cruiser's hull in its jaws and wrenched it sideways. Crewmen tumbled screaming into the sea, their cries cut short as the beast devoured them whole. On the flight line, desperate Marines opened fire with rifles and grenade launchers, old-school weapons in a digital age. Keep shooting. Aim for the eyes. Sergeant Ramos bellowed over the chaos, knowing full well bullets would do little. But in battle, orders were hope. POV, Lieutenant Kendra Holt, Naval Aviation. Her F-35 had died mid-roll on takeoff, the canopy locking tight as every system failed. She'd bailed onto the deck and sprinted for the emergency weapons rack. Through the smoke, she saw it, a vast winged shape blotting out the horizon. Miralu's. Her hands trembled on the grip of a Stinger missile launcher. If I can just get a lock. FZZZT. The targeting screen went black. The EMP had even killed the missile seeker. She bit back a curse, dropping to cover as a gale force wind hit the deck. Above her, the Quetzalcoatlus screamed, a sound like tearing metal, before diving low over the ships. Its wings churned the air into a hurricane. Men and equipment alike were flung into the sea. Giganotosaurus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Spinosaurus slammed down onto the docks one after the other, each impact shaking the earth. Their eyes glowed with the wild hunger of Titan blood. The Giganotosaurus tore into a line of Humvees, flipping them into the air like toys. The Tyrannosaurus crushed a refueling truck in its jaws, the explosion lighting its teeth in molten orange. The Spinosaurus moved with surprising speed, leaping from ship to ship, smashing decks with the weight of its sail-backed frame. On shore, Marines tried to regroup, falling back toward the bunkers. This way, fall back to the... The sentence died in the corporal's throat as Grey burst from the smoke, landing among them like a god of war. Her claws swept through men and concrete alike. The battle was a symphony of destruction, each roar and scream another note. But Miralu's was not here for slaughter alone. This was a message to the human war machine. His wings folded, and he dropped from the clouds, landing hard enough to crack the ground beneath his talons. He drew in the energy stored within his reactor core. Silver light burned between the scales along his back, gathering, focusing. Then came the strike. Multiple clustered radiation beams erupted from him, each one a scythe of annihilation. They cut through dockyards, airstrips, barracks. Buildings evaporated in bursts of white light, their shadows burned into the scorched ground. Explosions chased the beams, turning fuel reserves and munition stores into pillars of flame. The very air shimmered with heat and radioactivity. Minutes, or maybe hours, passed before the storm began to thin and the sun's pale light returned. The once proud St. Argo naval base was gone. Where ships had stood, twisted metal floated on blackened waves. On land, only a blasted wasteland remained, pocked with craters and littered with the silent forms of those who had dared to resist. No human heartbeat remained. The news reached Washington within minutes. In the White House Situation Room, the president's hands shook as he set the report down. At the Pentagon, generals traded grim looks. They all knew reinforcements would be slaughtered before they could even fire a shot. But doing nothing was unthinkable. Deploy a relief force, the Joint Chiefs ordered, their voices hollow. They all knew the truth. It would be nothing more than deliveries of death. But surrendering without the attempt would mean admitting the United States had bent the knee to the dinosaur king. And pride, however pitiful, was all they had left. Chapter 94, Generation 2. The month that followed was a nightmare. Base after base, city after city, Miraluz shadowed them all. America's nuclear power became nothing but a hollow promise. Its aircraft carrier strike groups, the pride of naval supremacy, were reduced to floating tombs. Nuclear power plants cracked and burned, their energy devoured. The death toll crossed 100,000 before the world even realized what it faced. Across continents, presidents and prime ministers convened in terrified whispers. In Japan, the Diet fell silent as satellite images showed burning seas around Hawaii. In Russia, even hardened KGB agents went pale when briefed on the collapse of the Alaskan command. In Europe, NATO assembled, but its maps already looked like obituaries. And in every country, one phrase spread like wildfire. Deathwing. Miraluz's name became a curse. For the first time in recorded history, mankind truly understood they were not the masters of Earth. They were tenants, clinging to survival in cracks between the footsteps of giants. Isla Sorna. The storm clouds hid the island, as if even nature dared not disturb its new rulers. Here, the Jurassic Alliance had carved its base, each cove and plateau claimed by different species. Herds of armored ceratopsians guarded the lowlands, raptor packs patrolled the jungles, and titanic predators prowled the shores. But at the island's heart, deep in a valley that glowed faintly at night with residual radiation, stood the sanctum of Miraluz himself. There, a pulse of energy surged suddenly, enough to make even the mighty Spinosaurus pause in awe. But just as quickly, the surge receded, drawn back under the iron will of the king. Miraluz stood upon a basalt outcrop, his massive frame wreathed in crimson light. His reactor organ had evolved once again. He felt it in every bone, every breath. Where once his body ran on nuclear fission, crude and brutal, now he held the fire of a miniature star. When he exhaled, it was no longer the searing gold-white of old atomic heat. His maw glowed a deep, angry scarlet. The air itself recoiled from it. This was the breath of a sun's heart, hotter than any hydrogen bomb mankind had ever imagined. He flexed his talons, feeling power ripple through his colossal frame. It was intoxicating. Yet he also sensed the truth. This organ had reached a threshold. No amount of fuel would push it further. His path forward lay in evolution itself, gene points from titans worthy of him. Panel, he growled, and the inner display of his being unfurled before him. Name, Miraluz. Age, 1 year, 3 months. Race, Titanus Gajira, male. Life level, Titan. Size, length 200 meters, height 100 meters, weight 100,000 tons. Skills, atomic breath, nuclear fusion, spectral veil, radiation streams. Genetic abilities, electromagnetic pulse LV2. Titan gene, earthquake beetle. Gene points, 1,000. The numbers were meaningless to most, but to Miraluz, they were a ledger of conquest. He rumbled in satisfaction. 1,000 points. Brother, come quickly. The familiar rasping roar of Gray carried across the valley. Her eyes gleamed with excitement, and even the hardened general could not keep her voice steady. Most of the eggs they've hatched. Miraluz turned sharply. His burning gaze softened, just slightly. Without another word, his wings unfurled, spanning the valley like storm clouds, and he launched himself toward the nesting grounds. The nesting grounds. It was a vast plain of volcanic sand, heated from beneath by vents channeled by the Alliance. Carefully dug pits lined the area, each filled with eggs the size of boulders, tended day and night by watchful mothers and guards. When Miraluz descended, the earth trembled. Every dinosaur present lowered its head in reverence. Dragon God, they chorused, the sound echoing like rolling thunder. Miraluz's gaze fell upon the nests. He could see it at once. Nearly half had split open. From the shells crawled creatures unlike anything the world had seen in 65 million years. Tyrannosaurs with eyes already bright with hunger. Quetzalcoatlus with wings that twitched instinctively toward the sky. Even therizinosaurs, their claws glistening like blades fresh from a forge. They were not weaklings. Each hatchling was already the size of a car, their weight measured in tons. Their cries filled the valley, harsh yet eager, echoing across the cliffs. These were no helpless young. They were born with strength, and they would grow into legends. Mirolou's chest swelled with something rare, pride. A dynasty was taking root. The Jurassic Alliance had not just multiplied, they had branched. A new generation of weapons, thinking, breathing, and learning, had been born. This was more than survival. It was destiny. Rise, he thundered to the hatchlings, his voice shaking the ground itself. Rise, children of the storm. The age of man ends, and the age of the dinosaur begins anew. You will inherit not only my dream, but this earth itself. The hatchlings screamed back, a chorus that shook the valley. And far away, in human cities still smoldering from his wrath, billions shuddered without knowing why. Chapter 95, Bahamut. Gray could barely contain her excitement. Her children were finally being born. The largest of her eggs shuddered, cracks running jaggedly across its silver-white shell. With a final snap, the egg burst open, and a hatchling pushed its head through the shards. A young winged dragon emerged, its body already covered in silver scales that shimmered faintly in the light. Its eyes, twin rubies glowing with curiosity, blinked as they took in the new world. The resemblance to Gray was unmistakable. The hatchling was her mirror image, from the curve of its wings to the gleam of its scales. Yet there was one striking difference: bold, black stripes running down its silver hide, giving it a fiercer, sharper look. The newborn was immense by any natural standard, over 10 meters long and weighing nearly 30 tons, larger than most fully grown tyrannosaurs. Compared to when Gray and Mirolou's had first hatched just over a year ago, the difference was staggering. Evolution had accelerated, perfected, and refined their line. The little dragon tilted its head back and let out a roar. It was high-pitched and still tinged with youth, but even so, it carried a raw, vibrating force that cracked the air like a sonic boom. Gray's eyes widened in delight. The hatchling had inherited the sonic emission ability, a rare gift from the Parasaurolophus genes that had been folded into her bloodline. The hatchling's roar quickly shifted into a softer sound as he looked at Gray, recognition blazing in those ruby eyes. He knew his mother. Gray lowered her head, heart swelling with pride and tenderness. For all her ferocity as a warrior, she could not hide the maternal warmth softening her expression now. Then the hatchling's gaze shifted upward, to Mirolou's. The king of dinosaurs loomed like a mountain of golden glowing scales, his presence radiating power so intense that even the newborn instinctively shrank back. The little dragon tucked his head low, pressing closer to Gray. Mirolou's let out a rumbling chuckle. Am I truly so terrifying? He mused. Gray glanced up at him, then back at her child. It's a male, she said softly. She carefully nudged her snout under the hatchling's body and lifted him slightly, as if to show him proudly to her older brother. My eldest son. Though Gray herself was only just over a year old, barely beyond her infancy, her intelligence was already equal to that of a grown human. And like any mother, she brimmed with emotions too deep to hide. The hatchling whimpered, his hunger already gnawing at him. Instinctively, he opened his mouth wide, chirping like a massive fledgling. Gray was ready. She pulled a slab of freshly killed meat closer, nudging it into her child's maw. The dragonet devoured it eagerly, swallowing with surprising speed for his size. Gray turned her eyes to Mirolou's. Big brother, she said gently, help me name him. Mirolou's studied the young dragon for a long moment. The black stripes on the silver scales stood out boldly against the hatchling's sheen. Finally, he rumbled in approval. Bahamut, he declared. Gray's eyes softened further. Bahamut, she repeated quietly, as though sealing the name into her child's very being. The young dragon roared again, this time stronger, as if answering the gift of his name. He ate voraciously, tearing through an entire gluttonous beast soldier nearly as large as himself. Even Gray blinked in surprise at his appetite. But when he was finished, Bahamut wasted no time. His wings, though still slick from birth, spread wide. He flapped them awkwardly at first, then harder, determination burning in his ruby eyes. With a leap, Bahamut rose into the air. His body wobbled, the wind catching under his silver-black wings, but he adjusted quickly. He beat them again, harder, sharper, until he steadied. Against the crimson dusk of Isla Sorna, the newborn dragon soared, the black stripes along his silver wings glinting like war paint. Gray's roar of pride followed him skyward. "Fly, my son, fly." Miraluz lifted his head to watch. A slow, rare smile spread across his scaled face. This was no mere hatchling. This was the beginning of a dynasty. Human POV, the Pentagon. Satellite confirms it. A trembling analyst reported. Isla Sorna is lively. Thermal imaging shows dozens of new heat signatures. The dinosaurs are hatching. General Kavanaugh gripped the edge of the table. His face was pale, his knuckles white. Hatching. They've built a breeding ground, the analyst said. Sir, they're building an army. The room went silent. Every man and woman there felt the same icy realization. The war was not against a single monster. It was against a species. Chapter 96, Muto Prime. Gray, though brimming with joy, could not hide her worry. It was her first time as a mother, and she followed close behind Bahamut as he tested his wings, ready to catch him should he falter and fall. While the eldest took to the skies, the rest of the nest began to stir. One after another, the remaining eggs cracked and split, and 6 more hatchlings emerged into the world. Each bore the silver scales of their mother, but with a unique difference, bold stripes of color etched into their bodies like marks of destiny. Red, white, green, purple, silver, and gold. Even Miraluz was momentarily taken aback. For a single brood to display such diversity was extraordinary, and in his heart, he knew these hatchlings were no ordinary children. Perhaps, he thought, eyes narrowing, these 7 little dragons are fated for something greater than even their mother. One by one, he gave them names. The second male, marked in crimson, became Rouge. The third, a female with snow-white stripes, was Blanc. The fourth, a green-striped female, was Vert. The fifth, cloaked in violet, was named Piper. The sixth, a silver-marked male, became Silver. And the seventh, the gold-striped youngest, was named Groudon. The brood was complete, 7 dragonlings, each bearing the strength of their bloodline and the promise of power yet to awaken. And they were not alone. Within days, the first great wave of hatching swept across Sona Island. More than 5,000 dinosaur eggs split open, unleashing the second generation of the Jurassic Alliance. Their numbers dwarfed the first generation tenfold. Every hatchling inherited the abilities of unlimited growth and rapid growth, their bodies swelling larger by the hour, their intelligence blossoming like wildfire. Soon, they would not merely be beasts, they would be soldiers, thinkers, and leaders in their own right. The dynasty of dinosaurs was rising, and the world would tremble before it. Meanwhile, across the sea, Kyushu Island, land of the cherry blossoms. Boom! Without warning, the ground convulsed violently. The earth split open, swallowing buildings whole as towers and homes crumbled like children's toys. Roads shattered, leaping skyward in jagged waves, cascading back down like a stone tsunami. The super earthquake ripped across the island in mere moments, reducing entire cities to rubble. Fires erupted. Mountainsides collapsed in roaring landslides. Mud and seawater surged inland, tsunamis devouring the coastline. Tens of thousands perished in the first hour alone. And still, the ground would not rest. Measured on the Richter scale, the quake had reached a devastating magnitude 9.0, the shockwaves spanning thousands of kilometers. But what baffled scientists most was not its strength, but its movement. The aftershocks pulsed outward from Kyushu like footsteps, creeping southwest along the Pacific Ring of Fire, as though something deep beneath the earth was walking. Local geologists scrambled to explain it as an unprecedented natural disaster, the byproduct of tectonic fault lines. But Monarch knew better. This isn't geology, Dr. Ishiro Sarazawa said grimly. This is a titan. Inside Monarch's Tokyo headquarters, he turned to a woman standing silently beside him. Blonde hair curled over her shoulders, her expression sharp with determination yet shadowed by grief. Emma, Sarazawa said. The investigation in Kyushu will be entrusted to you. Dr. Emma Russell bowed her head slightly. Understood, Doctor. I'll uncover the truth. Once, she had started her research with her husband, Mark Russell. Their work culminating in the creation of the ORCA system, a device that could communicate, or even control, Titans. But tragedy had torn them apart. Their son, Andrew, was killed during the recent Muto incident in America, leaving scars that drove Mark to abandon Monarch in despair. Emma stayed. She poured herself into her work, determined that her son's death would not be in vain. The ORCA system was nearing completion, and if this earthquake truly was the work of a Titan, it might be humanity's only hope of surviving what came next. Hours later, the roar of rotor blades filled the sky as Emma boarded a V-22 Osprey, bound for Kyushu. Beneath the earth, something stirred. As soon as Emma set foot on Kyushu Island, her breath caught. What greeted her was no city, no civilization, only devastation. Entire blocks lay flattened into dust and ash, the air thick with smoke and the acrid stench of burning. It was a vision of hell on earth, where survivors stumbled like ghosts among the ruins, their cries drowned by the ceaseless rumble of aftershocks. But one thing drew her attention above all. At the heart of the destruction, near a shattered mountainside shrine, yawned a vast abyss. The earth had split wide, leaving a bottomless black wound plunging into the depths of the planet. Strange tremors throbbed from below, as though something was breathing. Inside the ruined shrine, Emma uncovered fragments of truth. Ancient murals stretched across the broken stone walls, depictions of a colossal beast locked in combat with a Muto Prime. She recognized the Titan enshrined here, once mistaken by ancient people for Raijin. In truth, it was Dagon, the same atomic dinosaur monarch had unearthed years ago in the Philippines. The murals told the story. Dagon had been defeated, impaled, and parasitized by a Muto Prime, its life force drained until death claimed it. That parasite had vanished into the depths of the earth. And now, Emma realized with a chill, it had awakened. Only a creature of alpha-tier power could cause an earthquake spanning thousands of kilometers. The Muto Prime had returned. Humanity's nightmare had only just begun. Mariana Islands, Guam Naval Base. Far across the Pacific, another storm was brewing. Guam's naval base had become one of America's last strongholds after the devastating attacks by Miraluz and his Jurassic Alliance. Soldiers stationed there lived under constant dread, scanning the skies, half expecting the shadow of Deathwing to descend at any moment. That tension snapped when a trespasser was captured inside the base. A grizzled man with a hardened stare. His name, Alan Jonah. Once a British Army colonel, now the infamous leader of a global mercenary syndicate. He was dragged into interrogation, but he only smirked at his captors. "What is your purpose here?" the officer barked. Jonah leaned forward, his voice low but brimming with grim satisfaction. "You fools, don't you know? Something is coming. Not Miraluz, not the Deathwing. Something far worse." The officer scoffed, though unease crept into his eyes. "Lunatic." Jonah chuckled, a broken laugh that sent shivers through the room. "You'll see soon enough." He was thrown into a cell. The officer, unwilling to spread panic, kept Jonah's ravings to himself. But by nightfall, the prophecy came true. The ground split open. Boom! An explosion of rock and soil tore through the center of the base. Towers toppled, runways shattered, alarms blared. Then came the sound, an inhuman, earth-rending screech that made every soldier clutch their ears in agony. From the abyss, claws emerged. Massive, yellow-brown appendages bristling with jagged barbs. They hooked into the earth like siege weapons, pulling up something impossibly vast. A head rose into view, triangular, armored, jaws lined with scything mandibles. Its blood-red eyes burned in the dark, and its entire body was encased in a shell of obsidian-black chitin, ridged and plated like living armor. Finally, with a shudder that rocked the island, the beast tore free of the earth. The Muto Prime. The earthquake dragon beetle. 103 meters tall, 12,000 tons of living destruction. Its forelimbs, thick as cathedral spires, gleamed with the strength to tear through titans or level cities in a single blow. Its roar split the heavens. Ga-awa! The soldiers of Guam realized, with dawning horror, that Jonah had been right, and the world had gained another alpha. Chapter 97: Godzilla vs. Muto Prime. Since the day it tore Dagon apart, Muto Prime had slumbered in the molten chambers beneath Kyushu Island, unseen and undetected by Monarch or anyone else. For centuries, it had dreamed in silence, its heart beating slow as stone. But now, its rest had ended. Through the electromagnetic senses of its kind, the creature had felt a disturbance. Two of its parasitic spawn, the offspring that had fed on Dagon's carcass, were gone. Killed. The Muto Prime felt the loss like molten iron in its blood. The brood must survive at all costs, and those who killed them would drown in vengeance. Its fury boiled over. Boom, boom, boom. Raising its titanic forelimbs, the beast slammed them down into the earth with seismic force. Shockwaves burst outward, ripping Guam apart. The entire naval base convulsed and sank, airstrips collapsing, hangars folding like paper, soldiers swallowed by the crumbling ground before alarms could even sound. Submarines hidden deep in the harbor tried to flee, but the Muto Prime's hunger burned hotter than rage. It lunged, crushing steel like tin, dragging Los Angeles-class and Virginia-class nuclear subs up in its claws. With a grotesque snap of jaws, it tore them open and devoured the glowing cores. Nuclear energy surged through its body like fire, its exoskeleton plates glowing with a hellish light. Scree! The roar was a seismic scream of triumph. But then another roar answered. Low, thunderous, ancient. From the waves beyond Guam, the sea began to boil. Blue light crackled beneath the waters as something massive approached. Then, with an earth-splitting bellow, the ocean erupted, and Godzilla rose from the depths, dorsal plates blazing with nuclear fire. For a month, he had rested in the abyss near Bermuda, bones mending, flesh knitting, his body mutating from the aftermath of his battle with Miralus. He had grown stronger, tougher, hungrier for dominance. And now, the scent of the old enemy, the parasite that had slain Dagon, called him back to war. The ancient rivalry reignited. Roar! Godzilla charged forward, the sea foaming at his legs as he thundered across the shattered coastline. The Muto Prime turned, its red eyes narrowing. It answered with its own scream, slamming its claws together, the shock waves cracking the ground beneath its feet. Then it charged to meet him. When they collided, the world shook. The impact was like two mountains striking, sending a gale-force shockwave across Guam. Buildings vaporized in the pressure, ships tossed from the harbor, the island itself groaning under the force. Godzilla staggered first, shoved back by the sheer bulk of his larger foe. The Muto pressed the advantage, its spiked limbs swinging with crushing force. Wham! A claw strike cracked against Godzilla's ribs, hurling him sideways into a row of crumbling bunkers. The ground split open, swallowing entire city blocks into fire. The Muto Prime roared and raised its claws again, then unleashed its signature attack. Earthquake Fist. Seismic energy built in its forelimbs, rippling the very air. With a devastating swing, it sent a directed shockwave into Godzilla's chest. Boom! The ground convulsed as if the Richter scale itself had shattered. Godzilla was driven into the earth, the force shaking even the Mariana Trench. For a heartbeat, it looked as though the king of the monsters had fallen. But the Muto had underestimated him. Slowly, Godzilla's claws dug into the shattered rock. His muscles strained, dorsal fins flaring brighter. He rose again, scarred but unbroken. His glare burned with wrath. The Muto tilted its head, surprised. It was expected that bones would snap and organs would rupture. But Godzilla had adapted. His body, tempered by his brutal duel with Miralus, had grown harder, tougher. The punch that would have shattered him weeks ago was no longer enough. Roarag! With an explosive burst of strength, Godzilla lunged forward. His tail whipped around like a wrecking ball, slamming into the Muto's chest with enough force to launch it backward into the bay. The water surged into tsunamis as the beast crashed, sending waves rolling over the ruined base. But the Muto Prime recovered quickly. It rose from the surf, screeching in fury, mandibles clacking. Blue sparks danced along its claws, the absorbed nuclear energy from the submarines now weaponized. Godzilla responded in kind. His spines ignited, glowing brighter and brighter until the sky was painted in a neon blue storm. Energy built in his throat, a thunderous charge shaking the air. The battle was about to escalate. POV, Monarch Osprey, airborne over Guam. Jesus Christ, Emma Russell whispered, gripping the window as the two titans clashed below. It's him. It's the Muto Prime. Her pilot swore under his breath, banking the craft away as shockwaves buffeted the plane. Doctor, we have to pull back. We won't survive in this airspace. No, Emma shouted. Her eyes never left the battlefield. This is history. We're witnessing the war Dagon never won. POV, Alan Jonah. The walls around him cracked, dust falling from the ceiling. But Jonah only smiled, eyes wide with reverence. Yes, the Earth's judgment walks again. He pressed a hand to the bars, trembling. Show them all. Back on the battlefield, Godzilla braced himself as the Muto screamed and lunged again. This time, there would be no half measures. This was no ordinary duel. This was the war of parasites and kings, reborn. Chapter 98. Who's thinking of me? Gah! The Muto Prime reeled back, her mandibles clicking furiously. She had fought countless times before, against Dagon and other titans in the abyssal dark, and she knew that when brute force failed, adaptation must follow. This creature called Godzilla was different. His body resisted seismic shock. His bones refused to shatter. And his dorsal spines, the obvious weak point, had survived the super vibration roar. Still, the Muto did not falter. Instead, its ruby eyes blazed brighter, the inner organs humming like living machinery. Its jaws opened again, throat vibrating at hypersonic frequency. Scree! The super vibration roar ripped the air apart, a wall of sound made solid. Windows on distant bases shattered instantly. The ground beneath Godzilla fractured into webs of splintered stone. But the king of the monsters braced himself, his spines glowing with blue light as the energy wave slammed into him. Ka. Now, his coral-like spines were reborn harder, denser, more resonant. They absorbed the sound instead of collapsing under it. Roar! His answering roar shook the heavens, and arcs of nuclear blue light raced down his body. A flash lit the battlefield. Godzilla opened his maw wide, unleashing a blinding stream of atomic fire. The beam tore across the ruined naval base like a fallen star, the ground beneath it vaporizing. The Muto Prime roared in defiance and raised its colossal forelimbs. Its carapace shimmered, the plasma epidermis igniting like molten armor. The atomic breath slammed into it. Boom! The air turned to fire. For a heartbeat, the Muto resisted. But Godzilla's evolved breath was sharper, hotter, more concentrated than ever before. Plasma armor melted, exoskeleton blistering and cracking. Then the ray punched through. A hole the size of an aircraft carrier erupted through the Muto's side, spraying molten ichor across the ground like a volcanic geyser. The Titan shrieked in agony, its massive body trembling. And yet, it did not fall. Instead, the Muto Prime lunged forward through the beam itself, enduring the searing pain. With a final surge, it swung its claws in a vicious arc and slammed Godzilla across the jaw. The king staggered, cut off mid-breath, crashing into the shattered remains of the base. POV, Monarch Osprey, circling at high altitude. Holy, Godzilla's down, the pilot shouted. The Osprey bucked as the shockwave hit. Emma Russell's eyes widened. No, not down. Look, he's getting back up. Through the smoke, the colossal silhouette of Godzilla rose once more. His skin charred, blood seeping from fresh wounds, but his spines were already glowing again. Dear God, Emma whispered. He's learning, adapting faster than ever. Back on the battlefield, Godzilla snarled, tail lashing like a whip, gouging trenches through the earth. He wasn't just fighting to kill. He was testing, adapting, and matching his strength against the ancient parasite. The Muto Prime, trembling from its gaping wound, clicked its mandibles, lowering itself into a battle stance. Its instincts screamed at it to retreat, but its rage demanded vengeance. The death of its brood could not go unanswered. It lunged again, aiming not for brute strikes but strategy, circling, slashing at Godzilla's legs, driving him back toward the coastline. Godzilla responded in kind, lowering his head, snapping his jaws, trying to pin the parasite's limbs. Their duel was no longer just force against force, but predator versus predator, each probing for weakness. Rag! Godzilla finally caught one claw, sinking his teeth into it and twisting, bone and armor snapping under the pressure. The Muto shrieked, trying to wrench free, then drove its other forelimb down, hammering Godzilla across the skull until he released. Both staggered back, wounded, bleeding, neither willing to collapse. And then, the Muto made its choice. Screeching in defiance, it slammed its claws into the ground and cracked open the earth itself, vanishing into the abyss it created. Dust and smoke swallowed it whole, leaving only the trembling of the underground tunnels behind. Godzilla roared furiously at the retreating enemy, atomic fire glowing in his throat. But he did not pursue. The earth was the parasite's domain. Underground, the Muto would have the advantage, and Godzilla knew it. Instead, he stood tall amidst the ruins of Guam, battered but unbroken. His glowing spines dimmed as he inhaled deeply, blood dripping into the sea. He had survived the storm, and he had proven his strength. The image of Miraluz burned in his primal memory. The dragon's strike, the shattering of his spines, the humiliation of defeat. Now he was stronger. Now, he could endure even the parasite's deadliest roars. If they met again, he would reclaim his throne. Isla Sorna, Dragon Island. Far across the Pacific, the ruler of the mutant dinosaurs stirred. Miraluz sneezed, a thunderous blast that sent 7 of his sister's hatchlings tumbling like leaves in a storm. Their squeals of protest echoed across the cliffs, but Miraluz barely noticed. His wings unfurled, shadowing half the nesting grounds. "Who's thinking of me?" he rumbled, voice like a grinding mountain. Then his eyes narrowed, and his perception spread outward, an invisible wave that crossed oceans, sniffing through the vibrations of the earth itself. And there he found them. The parasite, Muto Prime, is crawling deep underground. And above, Godzilla, scarred but alive, roaring at the empty abyss. A toothy grin curled across Miraluz's draconic maw. 2 Alpha-class titans. He muttered, thunder rolling with his words. Good. At last, I can stretch my wings. The sky itself seemed to tremble as he launched upward, wings cracking the air like thunderclaps. The storm was coming. Chapter 99, Muto Queen. New Jersey. The earth split apart with a deafening rumbly. Skyscrapers toppled like children's toys. Highways twisted into broken coils of steel and asphalt. Thousands screamed as the ground heaved, then cracked open like the jaws of a great beast. From the abyss, the Muto Prime clawed her way into daylight. Her massive form blotted out the sun, forelimbs slamming against the shattered street. Her body still bore the gaping scar from Godzilla's atomic breath, but nuclear ichor no longer poured from the wound. Already, the damage had begun to regenerate. Gah! Her roars shook the city's ruins, sending flocks of birds scattering. This time, she wasn't here for reactors. Not for submarines. This time, she had come to find her blood. The Muto Prime's ruby eyes glowed, her body humming with electromagnetic pulses. The air sizzled with static as she unleashed a long, piercing sonic call that rattled the windows of every building still standing. For a long moment, nothing answered. Then, from beneath the cracked earth of a ruined shopping district, something stirred. Rumblili. The ground convulsed. Pavement split open, swallowing cars whole. The ruins of the mall collapsed into the pit. And then, from the depths, she rose. A colossal figure, larger than any female Muto that had walked before her. Monarch had never discovered her existence until she appeared in Godzilla 2, King of the Monsters, when King Ghidorah awakened all the sleeping titans. Her carapace was jagged with battle scars, her body nearly 100 meters tall, weighing over 8,000 tons. Her back was lined with fresh spines, her forelimbs bristling with spiked growths. The Muto Queen had awakened. Her shriek split the sky, sharp, commanding, alien. For a heartbeat, the city seemed to hold its breath. Then, slowly, the Queen lowered her head, mandibles clicking. Submission. Recognition. The Muto Prime hissed in return, lowering her own skull until their armored brows touched with a resonant clang. Sparks of electromagnetic discharge rippled across their exoskeletons like lightning. The ancient bond between ruler and heir was renewed. POV, Monarch Outpost, Newark. Jesus Christ, Dr. Sarazawa's protege muttered, staring at the live satellite feed. It's not just another female. This one, it's bigger than all the others. Monarch readings say she's nearly alpha class. Colonel Foster shook his head in disbelief. One was bad enough. Two of them, working together. The scientist's face paled. No, not two. She's telling something. Back on the battlefield. The Muto Queen clicked her mandibles, her red eyes flashing with remembered instincts. She projected a cascade of pulses, frequencies too deep for humans to hear, but precise to the Muto Prime. Images filled her alien mind. A cave of ice. A clutch of eggs. Dozens, hundreds, gestating in the shadows of Siberia, feeding off uranium or buried deep beneath the permafrost. The Mutos had always been a divided species. Muto Prime, ancient and cunning, was a hermaphrodite. Its method of reproduction was unnatural, parasitic spores. Few in number, they demanded incredible amounts of nuclear energy to gestate, often embedding themselves in the reactors of atomic titans. They grew slowly, but when they hatched, they were unmatched in strength. From this line came the mighty Muto Queen and the first pair of Mutos that challenged Godzilla in 2014. Muto Queen, however, was purely female. Unlike the Prime, she required a male partner to fertilize her clutch. Once mated, she could lay hundreds of eggs at once. These eggs did not demand such rare sources of energy. Uranium, plutonium, and even nuclear waste could sustain them. The incubation time was shorter, but there was a trade-off. Her offspring were not as powerful as the Prime's parasitic line. They were smaller, less durable, more akin to swarming insects than apex predators. And yet, they were many. If the Prime's lineage was like forging a single great sword, the Queen's was like raising an endless army of daggers. Muto Prime's entire body thrummed with fury and joy. Her spores were burned away by Godzilla. But now, here was renewal. Here was vengeance. Gahhhhhhhhhh, she roared, rearing on her hind limbs. The Queen shrieked in unison, her cry merging with hers, their combined scream shaking the city ruins into rubble. Together, they would raise an army. Together, they would bring the Earth itself to its knees. Deep beneath the Siberian tundra, uranium mine. The elevator rattled as it descended into the bowels of the Earth, carrying Emma and her team down into a tomb that should never have been unearthed. Frost clung to the steel cage, and every breath condensed into white mist in the frigid air. When the doors groaned open, the smell hit them first. A foul, metallic stench, like rust mixed with sulfur, that cut through the filtered air of their masks. And then they saw them. Row after row, hundreds of colossal eggs lined the frozen cavern walls, fused into the uranium-rich stone like tumors. Some were half buried in frost. Others glowed faintly with sickly red veins, pulsing as if something inside still dreamed. Each was the size of a small car. The cavern stretched so far into the dark that their lights couldn't touch the end. It wasn't just a nest. It was a hive. Miles' voice broke the silence, shaky but hopeful. These things, they've been here for decades. Look at the shells, they're frozen solid. They can't still be alive. For a moment, the group allowed themselves to breathe. Relief flickered across their frost-bitten faces. But Emma didn't move. She knew better. And then it began. A low hum rippled through the cavern. At first, it was faint, like wind whistling through cracks of ice. But it grew louder, resonant, vibrating through their bones. The Geiger counters on their belts went berserk, clicking and screeching. "Oh no," Emma whispered. One of the eggs shuddered. Then another. Then a dozen more. Cracks spiderwebbed across the frozen shells. The cavern shook as hundreds of eggs began to tremble in unison, their glowing veins flaring brighter, beating like synchronized hearts. Crack! A jagged fissure tore open across the nearest egg. Something wet and black pressed against the split, straining. Crack, crack, crack. The sound echoed through the mine as the eggs began to split open all around them. From inside, a distorted, chittering cry echoed, alien, hungry, and impossibly loud. "They're hatching!" Miles screamed. The first hatchling erupted from its shell, a grotesque silhouette of armored limbs and glowing red eyes, slick with black ichor. The creature screeched, its cry answered by 100 voices still clawing their way free. Emma's stomach twisted. She knew the truth. Muto Prime and Muto Queen weren't coming here to awaken the eggs. The eggs had been waiting for them all along. Chapter 100, Swarm. Below, the chorus of shrieks grew louder as one egg after another split apart. By the time they reached the surface, the first wave had already clawed out of the mine. Dozens of male Mutos, their long wings snapping open with a thunderclap, launched into the air. Smaller than their female counterparts, they were still towering nightmares, each the size of a skyscraper crane. On the ground, the female Mutos emerged, vast, hulking juggernauts with armor-plated carapaces, their red bioluminescence glowing like hellfire in the Siberian snowstorm. There were too many. Hundreds. An entire swarm spilling into the world like a black tide. Emma stumbled out into the freezing wind, eyes wide with horror. No, this can't be happening. Not all at once. The ground shook with another massive tremor. And then, Muto Prime burst from the depths. Her colossal form erupted from the earth in a storm of rock and dust, towering above the swarm. Her screech was so powerful it shattered ice across the plain for miles. The queen followed, rising like a dark empress at her side, her body bristling with jagged spines. The army answered in unison, a shrill metallic roar that rattled Emma's bones. The black swarm stretched as far as her eyes could see, filling the horizon. Miles whispered in horror. This isn't an invasion. It's extinction. Emma barely heard him. Her gaze was fixed on the horizon. A single thought echoed in her mind. God can't save us. Not even Godzilla can fight them all. And then, the ocean split open. Godzilla rose from the icy waters of the Arctic coast, steam billowing from his body, his dorsal spines glowing an ominous blue. His roar tore through the chaos like a war trumpet. Roar! The Russian ground forces had already mobilized. Tanks lined up across the frozen plain, artillery barrels trained on the black swarm. In the skies above, jet squadrons circled, joined by ospreys and bombers. But when the first line of Mutos charged forward, their sheer scale dwarfed everything. Tanks looked like toys beneath their feet. Jets were swatted from the air by massive claws or shredded by the swarming males. The battlefield descended into hell. Godzilla waded through, his claws tearing through a wave of males. His tail lashed out, smashing 3 into the mountainside with one strike. But for every one he crushed, 5 more came onto him. He roared again, unleashing a blast of his atomic breath that carved a molten trench across the battlefield, vaporizing dozens. The explosion lit up the tundra like a second sun. And still, the swarm surged forward. In the osprey above, Emma gripped her seat as tears welled in her eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Godzilla, the unstoppable titan she once thought of as humanity's only defense, was being overrun. Her knuckles turned white as she whispered, almost unwillingly, "Miraluz, only Miraluz could fight this." Back on the battlefield, the Muto Prime locked eyes with Godzilla. The two titans roared at one another across the frozen wastes. This wasn't just a battle anymore. It was war. And for the first time in history, humanity realized they were nothing more than insects caught between gods. The battlefield of Western Siberia was a graveyard of metal and blood. The wreckage of tanks, the frozen corpses of soldiers, and the burning husks of aircraft littered the tundra. Above it all, the black swarm of Mutos moved like a storm cloud come alive, their wings blotting out the sky. Godzilla lay battered in the center of the chaos, his once proud roar reduced to a ragged growl. His spines flickered weakly, sparks of blue that died before they could ignite. Each time he tried to rise, the queen slammed him down again, her massive limbs hammering into his chest like falling mountains. The Muto Prime stood tall, her mandibles clicking with anticipation. Her egg-laying tendrils writhed grotesquely, reaching for Godzilla's motionless body. The swarm around him shrieked in frenzy, drunk on victory. From the osprey, circling far above, Emma clutched the window with trembling hands. No, they're going to turn him into one of them. Godzilla will be nothing but a husk for their brood. Miles, pale as ash, muttered, "If he falls, that's it. Humanity's done." POV Muto Prime. The prey was subdued. Once, this glowing titan had been her greatest obstacle, but now it lay still beneath his claws. The Muto Prime flexed her limbs and let out a long, triumphant screech. This world would burn. No predator, no god, no human would stand against the swarm. The queen clicked her jaws beside him, her eyes blazing with shared triumph. Together, they would seed the earth anew. POV, Godzilla. Darkness pressed in around him. His lungs heaved, every breath a struggle. The swarm's claws tore at his flesh. The queen's mandibles sank deep into his side. But worse than the pain was the weight of failure. He had fought for dominance his entire life. Against Mutos, against titans, against invaders. But never had he been so outnumbered. The scent of blood filled his nostrils. His own blood. The Muto Prime's tendrils curled around him, and a primal dread stirred in his ancient memory. No, not like this. Not as a brood host. If this is my end, let it be in battle. Godzilla roared, one last desperate cry that shook the tundra, a cry that carried not just rage, but defiance. At Monarch headquarters, silence had fallen. Sarazawa leaned forward, his eyes wide as the feed showed Godzilla pinned beneath the swarm. Even hardened generals clenched their fists in despair. "He's finished," one muttered. "There's nothing left," said another. Vivian Graham's console suddenly shrieked with alarms. She glanced down, then froze, her eyes widening. "Dr. Sarazawa," she gasped. "We're detecting impossible readings. Atmospheric disturbance. Electrical discharges off the charts." Sarazawa's breath caught. "Where?" "Western Siberia. It's not natural. A thunderstorm front moving at supersonic speed. The satellite imagery, my God. It's forming a vortex directly above the battlefield." The entire command room fell into a hush. Everyone knew what that meant. Sarazawa whispered, voice trembling. "Oh my God, it's him." Back on the battlefield, the air shifted. At first it was subtle, the snow falling sideways, the faint rumble of thunder overhead. But then the sky split open with jagged veins of lightning, bolts that struck the earth in rapid succession. The black storm clouds spiraled into a vortex above the tundra, swirling like a divine eye staring down upon the world. The Mutos shrieked in confusion, their swarm scattering uneasily as the static in the air grew unbearable. Even the queen hesitated, her grip on Godzilla loosening. The Muto Prime looked skyward, mandibles clacking in agitation. For the first time, unease rippled through his massive form. This was not natural. This was not weather. And then the storm spoke. A roar, deeper, older, more resonant than even Godzilla's, thundered across the tundra. It was the sound of continents breaking, of worlds ending. The storm clouds parted, and through the lightning, a colossal silhouette descended. Miraluz, the king of dinosaurs, the Death Wing, emerged. His silver-white scales shimmered beneath the lightning, every strike of thunder dancing along his body. His vast wings unfurled, blotting out the storm itself, and his eyes burned with molten fury. With a single beat of his wings, the battlefield trembled. Mutos were thrown aside like insects, crushed beneath hurricane winds. Roar! The sonic blast that followed shattered the ice across the plain, sent shockwaves rippling for miles. Mutos fell screaming from the sky, their delicate organs ruptured by the sheer force of his roar. Emma gasped, tears streaming down her face. "It's him, it's really him." Miles swallowed hard, unable to look away. Miraluz. On the ground, Godzilla stirred. His fading eyes opened wide as he looked upon the storm-born titan. For the first time, a glimmer of recognition burned within them. This was no enemy. This was the ally his kind had waited for. The Muto Prime roared in challenge, her swarm shrieking in reply. The queen moved to his side, her claws flexing, her body trembling with fury. But beneath their rage was something they had never known before. Fear. Because Miraluz had come, and he was ready for war. Chapter 101, Dinos versus Insects. The Siberian tundra was no longer silent. It had become a crucible of titans. The storm above howled like a living thing, black clouds swirling into a vortex as lightning painted the sky crimson. From the shadows of that storm, Miraluz emerged in full, wings vast enough to blot out the heavens, his scales rippling with energy, his eyes glowing like two suns forged in a furnace. Below, the Muto Prime froze mid-thrust, her parasitic tendrils still buried in Godzilla's flesh. For the first time in years, she felt a sensation unfamiliar to her. Not anger, not hunger, but dread. The queen hissed low beside her, her armored body crouching instinctively, her mandibles twitching. The swarm quivered like a black tide, wings folding and unfolding, hundreds of insectoid eyes locked on the behemoth in the storm. Godzilla lay bleeding on the ice, but when he saw the familiar silhouette, something stirred within him. Once, he had clashed with Miraluz over dominance. Once, they had left scars on one another. But today was different. Today he welcomed him. And Miraluz, in a voice that shook the sky, roar. The storm split open. From its heart came thunderous cries, shrieks, and bellows as Miraluz's vanguard descended. Wings spread wide. The Quetzalcoatlus, Pteranodons, and Dimorphodons dove in formation, their screeches like war horns. Behind them thundered the footfalls of the ground legions. Tyrannosaurs and Spinosauruses roared as they surged forward, flanked by Giganotosaurus, Therizinosaurs, and packs of Carnotaurus and Allosaurus. Swarms of smaller raptors, velociraptors, Dilophosaurs, and snapping Compsognathus darted at their heels, their eyes blazing with bloodlust. The ground shook with the rhythm of their charge. It was not an army. It was a living avalanche. Ho, 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 they cried, their roars intermingling, a symphony of Jurassic war. The Muto Prime raised her head and screamed. Gah! The reply was immediate. Hundreds of Mutos screeched in unison, wings thrumming, mandibles clacking. The male Mutos took to the sky, their black wings shimmering with electromagnetic pulses, while the females, towering like steel fortresses, slammed their claws into the tundra and surged forward. It was an insect swarm against a dinosaur horde. An apocalypse of fang and claw. POV, Emma, in the Osprey. Emma's breath fogged the window as she stared down at the battlefield. My God, it's like the end of the world. Miles swallowed. No, it's worse. It's the beginning of one. From their high vantage point, they saw it all. The swarm rising like a storm of locusts, the dinosaurs surging forward like an unstoppable tide. Lightning slashed across the sky, illuminating the clash about to unfold. Emma clutched the seat as her voice trembled. Miraluz really came. The sky exploded. The male Mutos shrieked as they collided with Miraluz's aerial legions. Quetzalcoatlus, with wingspans of 30 meters, dove like living bombers, slamming into their insectoid foes with bone-crushing force. Pteranodons slashed with razor-sharp beaks, while Dimorphodons darted in swarms, tearing at wings and eyes. Black blood rained from the sky as wings tore and bodies spiraled downwards, crashing into the ice below. But the Mutos were no less ferocious. Their claws tore through leathery wings, their mandibles cracked dinosaur bones. Electromagnetic pulses shimmered across the sky, disorienting the flyers, sending many plummeting. Screams filled the heavens. The sky became a storm of falling bodies. On the ground, the female Mutos charged like living tanks, their size dwarfing buildings, their claws scything through the snow. They met the Tyrannosaurs and Spinosauruses head-on, the collision like mountains colliding. Arrrrrrrrr, a Spinosaurus bellowed, slamming its sail-backed body into a female Muto, tearing at her armored carapace with crocodilian jaws. The Muto shrieked and struck back, claws gouging deep trenches across the dinosaur's hide. A Therizinosaur, claws long as spears, leapt forward and slashed across a female's face, blinding one of her ruby-red eyes. She reeled back, screeching in agony. Raptors swarmed the legs of another, leaping and biting, pulling chunks of flesh from the softer joints. A Carnotaurus slammed into her side, knocking her off balance. The female Muto retaliated with a swipe that sent raptors flying like broken dolls. The tundra became a slaughterhouse. POV Miraluz. From above, he watched the battlefield unfold, storm crackling around him. He saw the lines clash, saw dinosaurs fall, saw Mutos swarm. His wings snapped once, and he dove. He struck like lightning. The ground split as he landed, his claws scything through 3 Mudos at once, their bodies torn apart in sprays of black ichor. His tail whipped like a thunderbolt, smashing another half-dozen into the ice, their armor shattering beneath the force. The Mudo Prime roared back, eyes blazing, her tendrils twitching in challenge. Miraluz spread his wings and roared so loud the clouds themselves trembled. The king of dinosaurs had entered the war. Chapter 102, 1 vs 2. POV Mudo Prime. She could not allow this usurper to live. The Mudos were hers. The earth was hers. This, king of dinosaurs, would not take it from her. With a deafening shriek, she ordered the queen forward. Together, they charged. The earth quaked as 3 titans, Mudo Prime, Queen Mudo, and Miraluz, converged. Miraluz met their charge head-on, his jaws snapping down on the queen's claw, shattering it with a crack. She screeched, blood spraying as she stumbled back. The Mudo Prime struck from the side, tendrils whipping forward, glowing with electromagnetic energy. They lashed across Miraluz's scales, searing them. Miraluz roared in pain, his wings flaring wide as he spun, tail lashing into the Prime's abdomen, sending him staggering. The queen leapt again, her mandibles closing around Miraluz's throat, but he spread his wings and launched upward, dragging her with him into the storm. Lightning exploded around them as they grappled midair. With a surge of strength, Miraluz flipped her and hurled her down, crashing her into the ice below. The Prime bellowed, charging up another pulse, but Miraluz dove from the storm, his claws glowing with lightning, and slammed into him like a meteor. The ground ruptured for miles. POV, Godzilla. He watched it all, battered and bleeding. His chest still burned where the tendrils had pierced him, but as Miraluz fought, something primal stirred in him. The fight was not over. Not yet. With a guttural roar, Godzilla dragged himself up, blood pouring from his wounds, spines flickering weakly. He staggered toward the fight, his massive tail dragging through the snow. The Mudos hissed in fury at his revival, but Godzilla's eyes burned with stubborn fire. For the first time, he roared not as a lone king, but as a warrior joining another. The battlefield shook. Dinosaurs and Mudos tore at one another in endless fury. The skies rained fire and blood. And in the heart of the chaos, 3 titans clashed, Mudo Prime, Queen Mudo, and Miraluz, with Godzilla limping back into the fray. The war for Earth had truly begun. The storm rumbled overhead like the heartbeat of some vengeful god. Rumble. The next second, chaos was born. The sky collapsed into a frenzy as the dinosaurs and Mudos collided violently, roars and hisses hammering the air, the sound so loud it could be heard for miles beyond the Siberian tundra. The heavens themselves shook as the 2 armies locked in primal war. Gah! A male Mudo swooped down first, its claws extended like obsidian blades. It caught a Dimorphodon mid-flight, slamming it into the air with its sheer weight. The smaller creature shrieked, wings folding under the crushing grip. The male's claws tore downward, shredding flesh and bone until one wing snapped completely, leaving the Dimorphodon spiraling helplessly toward the icy ground. But the Mudo had no time to revel in its kill. Scree! A trio of pteranodons, wings cutting the air like scythes, dove on it from above and behind. Another pair of Dimorphodons swerved in low, snapping at its hind legs and wing joints. The swarm hit it like a coordinated pack of wolves, slashing and tearing with relentless fury. The male Mudo screamed, twisting violently, but its larger frame betrayed it. It was too slow to fend them all off. Its wings shredded under the relentless bites. One eye burst under a pteranodon's peck. Finally, the great insectoid lost balance, plummeting from the heavens with 6 winged predators still clinging to it, tearing until both predator and prey hit the tundra in an explosion of blood and snow. Similar scenes unfolded across the sky. One pteranodon or dimorphodon could not defeat a male Mudo in single combat, but in swarms of 3, 5, or 10, they overwhelmed them. Like piranhas stripping a leviathan, they forced each male Mudo to fight blind, torn apart from all directions until one after another fell screaming into the abyss of the battlefield. Above them all, the Quetzalcoatlus reigned supreme. The giant's wingspan stretched 100 meters, dwarfing even the largest of the Mudos. With a single beat of its colossal wings, it could buffet a male Muto off balance, sending it tumbling helplessly through the air. Its long, spear-like beak skewered bodies with terrifying precision. A shriek, a blur, and another insectoid fell writhing to the earth with its chest pierced clean through. Rumble. On the ground, the slaughter was no less savage. The earth quaked under the charge of the female Mutos, towering beasts like living fortresses of chitin and muscle. They met the dinosaurs head-on, and the tundra became a killing field. Gray, the battle-scarred Tyrannosaurus, was first into the fray. He roared with primal fury, clashing against a female Muto's chest, his jaws snapping against her armored plates. Blood sprayed as his teeth sank deep into softer flesh near her shoulder. She shrieked, stabbing her claws down, raking long gouges across Gray's side. But the T-Rex did not yield. He held fast, thrashing like a crocodile, tearing chunks of her flesh free. Beside him, a Giganotosaurus barreled into another, jaws wide, tail lashing. A Spinosaurus, sailed back, glowing in the stormlight, wrestled a third into the snow, its crocodilian jaws snapping shut on her throat. Therizinosaurs, claws gleaming like sickles, darted in and slashed at softer joints and tendons. The enormous dinosaurs locked the females in direct combat, their titanic bodies holding the line, while the smaller species circled like wolves. Velociraptors darted in packs, leaping onto Muto's legs, tearing at ligaments. Carnotaurus rammed their horned skulls into armored plates, cracking them with blunt force. Dilophosaurs spat streams of corrosive venom into exposed wounds, their victims screeching as flesh burned away. Even the tiny Compsognathus swarmed ankles, ripping at softer tissue. It was a war of attrition, 1,000 small cuts for every fatal blow. The battlefield transformed into a meat grinder. Blood sprayed in arcs, severed wings littered the snow, dinosaur flesh burned under electromagnetic pulses, and shattered Muto armor fell like black shards of glass. The tundra was no longer white. It was crimson. Gah! The Muto Prime and the Muto Queen still held back, standing tall on the horizon like gods watching their pawns die. They did not move, but instead raised their hideous heads high, their mandibles clattering, their throats glowing. Then they roared. The sound was no simple cry. It was a weapon. A super vibration roar that condensed into rolling, physical shockwaves. The very air became a blade as the vibrations tore upward into the storm, toward Miraluz. The air itself screamed. Roar! Miraluz did not flinch. From above, his silver-white form blazed like a meteor in the storm. His wings snapped outward as he let loose a pulse roar, his throat glowing with raw energy. The sound cracked into the vibration wave, colliding with it in midair. The sky detonated. The clash of sound became an invisible storm, rolling across the heavens, flattening clouds, and whipping snow and ice into a blizzard that swallowed the battlefield whole. Dinosaurs and Mutos alike stumbled, disoriented by the titanic roars that cracked the sky open like glass. Then Miraluz moved. Boom! His body became a silver comet. Electricity screamed across his form, arcs of blood-red lightning curling around his scales as his magnetic field spun into overdrive. His claws clenched into a fist, every ounce of his colossal strength channeled into one strike. The punch descended like judgment itself, a blow meant to crush all beneath it. Do you dare, his thunderous voice echoed across the storm, to take this punch that falls from the sky? Gah! The Muto Prime did not retreat. He never retreated. His massive frame coiled, his armored muscles trembling with seismic power. His forelimbs glowed with energy as the vibration waves concentrated into his fists, every muscle fiber shaking like a loaded spring. Then, with a roar that shook the tundra, he leapt, an insect god defying gravity, launching himself to meet Miraluz in midair. His fist struck forward in a titanic earthquake wave punch, all the force of tectonic rage behind it. Boom! In the frozen sky above Siberia, dragon fist met insect fist. The collision froze the world. The air collapsed in silence for a split second, then erupted in a shockwave that shattered ice sheets for miles. The battlefield below stopped as dinosaurs and Mutos alike were knocked flat by the concussive blast. The sky ripped open, a ring of storm clouds blown outward in a perfect circle, revealing for a heartbeat the blue heavens beyond. And at the center, locked in fury, were Miraluz and the Muto Prime, their fists grinding against each other, each titanic being refusing to yield. Lightning screamed. The earth split. The war had only just begun. Chapter 103, Miraluz versus Mutos. Gah! The instant their limbs collided, the air itself screamed. For a heartbeat, the world froze. Two forces, two titans, locked in raw, unfiltered power. Then came the sound. Crack, 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 crack. The Muto Prime's eyes bulged in horror as her right forelimb bent the wrong way. Bones splintered under the monstrous pressure, snapping like glass rods. The proud titan's scream split the battlefield, shrill and guttural, a roar not of rage, but of pain. Boom. The next moment, her massive body was hurled backward, weightless, like a discarded rag doll. The impact gouged a crater the size of a stadium, dust and ice exploding skyward, burying his body under tons of shattered tundra. At Monarch headquarters, the humans watching via satellite were struck dumb. God, whispered Dr. Sarazawa, clutching the console. Even Muto Prime can be broken. Miraluz hovered in the sky, lightning crawling across his silver scales. Even he inhaled sharply, muscles humming with aftershocks. That punch, he thought, feeling the echo of it through his own bones. So heavy, a force that doesn't stop at the skin, it pierces straight through to the organs. Truly worthy of an alpha. From the crater, a guttural snarl rose. Gah! The Muto Prime clawed its way back to the surface. Chunks of ice and dirt fell from his scorched carapace. Rage burned in her scarlet eyes. Never, never had she lost a contest of raw power. She was the earthquake incarnate, the breaker of titans. Yet here, before this unknown dragon, her dominance had been shattered. Unthinkable. Unforgivable. Come again. Miraluz's chest swelled, wings spreading wide. Electricity shrieked from his form as his muscles coiled, every fiber like a drawn bowstring. Roar was both a challenge and a decree. Then fall again. The dragon's body blurred forward. His fists clenched, arcs of magnetic fury whirling like a cyclone around them. His very skin vibrated as his field locked with the planet's own, grinding the air to a screaming point of collapse. Magnetic slash. The Muto Prime, half broken, did not hesitate. Her left arm coiled tight, quivering with seismic rage, and lashed out. Boom! Fist met fist again. Fire, lightning, and raw shockwaves tore through the battlefield. The earth beneath them shattered like glass, fissures zigzagging for miles. Bang! 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 They hammered each other in brutal succession. No feints, no dodges, only flesh against flesh, bone against bone, until the tundra itself gave way beneath them. The ground collapsed, sinking into a yawning basin of molten cracks. The Muto Queen stood frozen nearby, mandibles trembling. Even she dared not intervene. The power boiling off the two alphas could annihilate her in an instant. At last, silence. When the dust cleared, the sight was staggering. The Muto Prime's forelimbs were mangled beyond use, twisted stumps of charred flesh and shattered bone. Her once proud armor was cracked and scorched black. Her breath rattled like a dying furnace. Across from her stood Miraluz. His body gleamed unbroken, his arms unbowed, his aura stronger. His body, forged in storms, tempered in war, had only grown more accustomed to the violence. His courage swelled with each exchange, a storm dragon becoming an inexorable juggernaut. The Queen Muto's scarlet eyes widened. She had followed her mother through countless wars. Never once had she seen her fall so far, so fast. She hissed low, circling through the smoke, her claws flexing, her hunger surging. If she cannot, then I will. Let's finish this. Miraluz's voice cracked like thunder. His wings snapped open and then slammed down, propelling him forward at supersonic speed. Muto Prime raised her ruined limbs, but it was futile. Rip! Miraluz's claws tore through them, ripping the forearms clean away in a spray of gore. Before the scream could even leave her throat. Crack boom. A kick like a meteor slammed into her chest. The colossal insect soared through the air like debris, wings flailing uselessly, before crashing down. She hit the earth like a stone, bouncing once, twice, before sprawling in the dirt. Her body twitched once, then lay stiff, broken, a mountain reduced to ruin. Silence. Then panic. The lesser Mudos all around shrieked in terror. Their hive mind rippled with fear. The one they had followed, the one they thought invincible, lay defeated. Their cries filled the battlefield, not with rage, but despair. Shh! A sharp whistle split the air. Scree! The Queen Mudo lunged from the smoke, her massive frame blurring into a barbed spear of claws and fury. Her serrated arm thrust forward with all the desperation of a cornered beast, piercing toward the base of Miralo's neck. Clang! The sound was metallic, deafening, not flesh, not blood, but steel. Sparks cascaded through the air as her jagged arm skidded off Miralo's scales, snapping like brittle bone. Her shriek echoed in shock. She staggered backward, staring at the ruined limb now bent at a grotesque angle. Her wrist caved inward, black ichor spraying from shattered joints. You? She hissed, mandibles trembling. Miraluz turned his head slowly, golden eyes narrowing. His voice rumbled like a mountain groaning. This farce must end. He had known she was there all along. Her ambush was no more than a mosquito's bite, insignificant, irritating, already forgotten. As if hearing his decree, the dinosaurs across the battlefield suddenly pulled back. Herds of ceratopsians withdrew from their charges. Packs of raptors stopped mid-pounce. Even titans like Gray and Spinosaurus gave ground. The air trembled as an unseen order rippled through their ranks. Clear the field. Only the Mudos remained, still howling, still clawing at foes who no longer resisted. It took them precious seconds to realize the dinosaurs weren't retreating in fear, they were making way. The wind began to change. Hum! Miralo's wings cracked like thunder as he rose into the blackened sky. His body glowed faintly silver-white at first, then brighter, hotter, as though a second sun was igniting above Siberia. Deep in his chest, something roared louder than any voice. The nuclear furnace within him spun into overdrive, the thermonuclear fusion surging far beyond equilibrium. Gaha! The queen, clutching her broken arm, screeched orders to her kin. Dozens of males, battered and bloodied, turned upward. The remaining females followed. From every throat came a surge of electromagnetic pulses, waves of invisible static hammering against the sky. To a lesser titan, it would have been fatal. EMP, the bane of reactors, the death knell of atomic hearts. Miraluz only laughed. His voice rolled across the battlefield like a storm. You think this can stop me? Chapter 104, Mudo's End. The pulses fizzled harmlessly against his field. The dragon's body was already surpassing the interference. His reactor burned too hot, too fast, its force spilling outward in a swelling corona of blinding radiation. The tundra itself responded. The snow hissed to steam. The permafrost blistered. Stones cracked and glowed red, bursting into flame. Then came the fire blanket. The ground around him ignited all at once, a sea of flames spilling out in every direction. Western Siberia, frozen an hour ago, now writhed in fire. The land blackened, molten veins spreading like an open wound, the sky itself smeared with choking smoke. The dinosaurs watched from a distance, eyes wide. He's burning the world, whispered Gray, blood dripping from her jaws. Raptors flattened themselves to the ground. Pterosaurs circled higher, unwilling to be near. Even the mighty Spinosaurus, scarred but alive, backed away, his eyes narrowing with something dangerously close to fear. On the Monarch observation deck, silence reigned. Alarms blared, instruments overloaded, Geiger counters fried. The technicians tore off headsets, shielding their faces from the blinding glow on screen. "Oh my God," whispered Graham. "He's entered something else." On the field, the change became visible. Red lines carved themselves across Miralo's silver scales, glowing like molten veins of magma. Smoke vented from his body in massive white plumes, trailing skyward like volcanic columns. His wings glowed at their edges, their membranes smoldering like banners of fire. He had entered Red Lotus. The Queen Mudo's screeches became frantic. She limped backward, her broken arm dragging in the dirt, mandibles clicking in rising panic. Around her, The surviving Mudos trembled. Some still fired EMP pulses. Others tried to flee, but all of them felt it, the heat. The impossible, suffocating heat. Miralo's chest swelled. His throat vibrated with power too vast for words. "Listen," he whispered. His voice was no longer a roar, but a law. Listen to the silence of destruction. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then came the fire. Boom! The burning ray ripped from his jaws like the scream of a sun, a column of pure thermonuclear energy. The ground beneath it vaporized instantly, melting into rivers of magma. Soil and stone bled red like torn flesh. The Queen Mudo didn't even have time to run. The beam struck her first. Her carapace blackened, bubbled, and collapsed in less than a heartbeat. The heat didn't burn her. It annihilated her, atom by atom, flesh and bone erased into ash. One moment a titan, the next a memory. The males and females nearby fared no better. Their shrieks cut off almost instantly as their bodies disintegrated. Armor plates split. Internal organs boiled. Cells burned away. In seconds, there was nothing left but drifting shadows, black flakes rising into the inferno. And then, a broken roar. From the edge of the molten crater, the Mudo Prime raised her battered head. Her body refused to obey her. Legs twisted, chest collapsed. But her eyes burned with disbelief. She saw the dragon in the sky, wings spread, body blazing, the earth itself bending beneath his fury. And at last, she understood. So this is what it means to be Alpha. Her mind flickered with bitter clarity. I am called Alpha only because of my strength that ends here. The dragon's shadow loomed, brighter than any sun, hotter than any star. But he is Alpha, because there is no higher place to ascend. The Mudo Prime tried to roar again, but only a rattling gasp left her throat. His head dropped into the molten earth, sinking into silence. The swarm was gone. The hive was gone. The world was fire. Above it all, Miraluz floated, burning, eternal. Chapter 105, Origins. As the atomic reactor in his body quieted, Miraluz's glow dimmed. His body temperature dropped rapidly, steam hissing off his scales as the red lotus state faded. His breathing steadied, and the molten veins etched across his body slowly cooled until only faint traces of crimson remained. The battlefield, however, bore scars that would never fade. Charred earth stretched to the horizon. The tundra had been reduced to a blackened wasteland, rivers of molten rock glowing through cracks in the crust. The corpses of the Mudo swarm were nowhere to be seen. They had been reduced to ash and vapor, carried away by the inferno. Only the smoldering husk of the Mudo Prime remained, barely intact, spared only because Miraluz had ended his breath before it, too, was obliterated. Miraluz lowered his head slightly, his golden eyes narrowing in thought. The red lotus, it is devastating, but fleeting. The burden on the body is too much. My software has evolved, but the hardware is not enough. Too much power, not enough strength to sustain it. His claws flexed against the cracked ground. If I force it too long, I'll burn up. Yet the cost had been worth it. Already, his instincts, his strange system of harvest and growth, thrummed with reward. You hunted a Mudo queen, Titan, and obtained 8 million gene points. You hunted a male Mudo, Titan, and obtained 300,000 gene points. You hunted a female Mudo, Titan, and obtained 700,000 gene points. You hunted a Mudo Prime, Alpha Titan, and obtained 50 million gene points. The numbers blazed across his mind's eye. The haul was huge, over 100 million gene points gathered from one battlefield. But the Prime was the crown jewel. 50 million from a single Alpha-class Titan. A feast. Miraluz's jaws curled into something between a growl and a grin. Truly a harvest. Then, another prompt. You can extract the dragon beetle gene, seismic control, LV. 1. Do you wish to extract? Miraluz froze, then let out a low rumble of amusement. Seismic waves, the Prime's own signature. The skill that allowed them to challenge titans far larger than themselves. Without hesitation, he answered, extract. The air vibrated faintly as the new gene embedded itself into his being. Seismic wave control LV1, 0/100, 000. Information flooded his mind. Seismic waves are split into three forms. P waves, the propulsive shock traveling through the crust at nearly 7 kilometers per second, hammer the ground up and down. S waves, shear waves rippling left and right, breaking stone like glass. And surface waves, where the two collided, rolling across the land with ruinous force. Miraluz felt his claws twitch. Beneath him, the earth whispered. The tremor of tectonic plates, the song of buried stone. He could almost touch it. Mudo primes had honed this art into catastrophe. Legends said their kind could trigger quakes above magnitude 10, continent-rending disasters, explosions of force equivalent to 15 billion tons of TNT. Enough to erase cities, sink islands. But legends often lied. The truth was crueler. Only the greatest of their lineage had ever neared that level, and the toll on their bodies was unbearable. Even the prime he had slain had never reached such heights. For now, Miraluz could barely rattle the earth with the strength of a magnitude 6 quake. Strong enough to devastate cities, but nowhere near his new potential. His tail lashed slowly behind him. At level 5, perhaps I, too, will shake the world like the prime once dreamed. Before he could sink deeper into thought, a roar echoed through the scorched air. Rhea! Miraluz's head snapped toward the sound. Across the wasteland, a familiar silhouette stirred. Massive, reptilian, jagged spines glowing faintly, a titan who had lain broken during the battle, now rising once again. Godzilla. Miraluz's eyes narrowed. So, USDLL alive. The king of monsters shook himself, ash falling from his battered scales. His chest rose and fell, ragged. He had been crushed, beaten, left for dead, and yet he endured. His glare locked on Miraluz, his nostrils flaring. Does he mean to challenge me again? The dragon's wings twitched, preparing for battle. But then, Godzilla lowered his head. The hostility in his posture faded. His dorsal plates dimmed, their faint blue light receding. He did not charge. He did not roar a challenge. He bowed, not in submission, but in acknowledgement. From his perspective, he had watched everything. He had seen the swarm broken, the prime crushed, the queen erased in fire. He had seen Miraluz ascend into Red Lotus, wielding a power beyond comprehension. His resentment, his pride, his anger, they had melted in that inferno. There was no shame left, only understanding. Too strong. This was not a rival. Miraluz studied him in silence. He could feel the sincerity in the gesture, the grudging respect. Slowly, the dragon's wings folded against his back. The battlefield fell quiet. For the first time since the battle began, there was no roar, no scream, no clash of titans. Only the faint groan of cooling stone and the hiss of molten rivers in the distance. The age-old king of monsters and the new emperor stood facing one another across the scorched earth, neither moving, both recognizing what had been decided. Not only did this dragon command an army of dinosaurs that could rival the Mudo swarm, but his own strength. His strength was enough to annihilate an Alpha-class titan. Godzilla's eyes narrowed as the memory replayed in his mind. The burning scarlet line, hotter than magma, brighter than the sun. If that breath had been aimed at him, even he was unsure he could have survived it. Perhaps Miraluz had shown mercy in their first battle? The thought stung, but the truth was undeniable. Godzilla had no choice but to accept it, because he had seen the fate of the Mudo Prime with his own eyes. And so, standing once more in the presence of the silver dragon soaring above, Godzilla lowered his proud head. I can't keep competing. Yet doubt lingered in his chest. Where had Miraluz come from? With such overwhelming might, surely this being was no stranger to the world of titans. Yet Godzilla had never once heard whispers of his name among the atomic dinosaurs. And the army beneath him, strange. Impossible, even. Dinosaurs that had gone extinct tens of millions of years ago now walked at his command, not as titans, but as mutated beasts. They bore no lineage of the Titan clan, no titan scent, and yet they fought like them. A faint nod rippled through his silver mane, acceptance without words. To conquer Godzilla, an Alpha-class titan, no less, was a victory that carried weight beyond battle. For in the Jurassic Alliance, none yet stood at the Titan's life level. Gray and the 5 dragon generals were formidable, but still only sub-titans. Godzilla, with his colossal frame and limitless potential for growth, would be a pillar in the Alliance's foundation. Soon, the first generation of Jurassic Alliance dinosaurs regrouped. The battlefield was scarred, but they had triumphed. The Mosasaur remained behind to guard Isla Sorna, while the others gathered around their leader. Victory came with blood. Wounded dinosaurs limped beside their kin, while the dead were carried on the backs of survivors. Each body was destined either for healing on Isla Sorna or burial. Casualties were inevitable. Mirilo's gaze softened as he watched them, but he did not grieve. Seeds raised in the greenhouse cannot weather the storm. Strength is not gifted, but forged. Only by walking through death's shadow, by facing wind and fire with their own strength, will they cease to be sheltered children and grow into a civilization. Let's go. His deep roar carried through the ash-filled sky. At his command, Gray hefted the carcass of the Muto Prime, and the Alliance prepared to withdraw. But then, Reaha! Godzilla's roar broke across the field, not one of challenge, but of demand. His gaze locked onto Mirilu's. The dragon tilted his head. You would ask me something? A guttural growl followed, heavy with suspicion. Godzilla wanted answers. Where had this titan come from? What was the truth behind the impossible legion of resurrected dinosaurs? Mirilo's eyes glowed faintly, amused. Our origins. He did not hide it. After all, it was no secret to humankind. So he told Godzilla, briefly but plainly, of the events in Jurassic World a year ago, the experiments, the mutations, the battles, the evolution that had carried him from artificial life to titanhood. When he finished, silence hung between them. Godzilla blinked once, twice. His massive brow furrowed. The truth slowly sank into his colossal skull. He wasn't born as a titan. He evolved, step by step, from an artificial dinosaur into this. The revelation rocked him. Mirilu's immense presence, his devastating breath, his mastery of power that even ancient titans feared, all of it had been achieved in mere months? A year. Only a single year. The realization hit like a thunderclap. Godzilla froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. 1 year old. The thought echoed in his mind like a bad joke. His tail twitched, almost comically. How the hell is he 1 year old? For the first time in ages, the king of monsters was utterly, hopelessly confused. Chapter 106, Traitor. The thundercloud storm that had smothered western Siberia finally began to unravel. In less than 30 minutes, it had come, devoured the skies, and departed just as suddenly, leaving devastation in its wake. From orbit, satellites captured only fragments. Static and interference had swallowed their feeds. Human governments, cut off from real-time visuals, plunged into chaos. No one knew what had truly transpired beneath that black storm. Had the Muto Prime swarm triumphed? Had the mutant dinosaurs under Mirilu's prevailed? Or had both armies obliterated each other in a cataclysm so great it left only silence? In capitals across the globe, the same dread settled. No matter who won, it would not be humanity. Whether it was the hive-minded plague of Mutos or the draconic king of mutant dinosaurs, both were destroyers. Both were forces of extinction. Unless they had bled each other dry in mutual ruin, humankind's future remained trapped in the shadow of titans. Monarch Headquarters, Bravo Castle, Bermuda. Dr. Serizawa. Vivian Graham's voice cracked as she burst into the command chamber. The thunderstorm over western Siberia has dissipated. Its front is shifting rapidly toward Isla Sorna's atmospheric corridor. Serizawa's head snapped up from the monitor, his face pale. So soon? If the storm was gone, if the electromagnetic curtain had lifted, it meant the battle was decided. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, then whispered, "Then Mirilu's has won." The words felt like lead in his mouth. Around the room, analysts frantically updated feeds as satellite imagery reloaded. Pixels stabilized, filters cleaned, and then silence fell. On the massive screen, Siberia lay revealed. A hellscape. What had once been tundra stretched now as a chard wound upon the earth. Entire plains had collapsed inward. Fissures gaped like open maws, magma boiling in their depths. The land itself bled red. Black smoke towered skyward, blotting out the sun. Not a trace of the Muto swarm remained. No bodies, no husks, no carrion. Nothing. as if they had never existed. The control room was silent, save for the soft hum of servers and the shallow breaths of those staring. One technician whispered, almost involuntarily, "It looks like purgatory." Vivian's hands trembled at her sides. "My God." Serizawa's lips pressed into a grim line. At last, he exhaled, voice heavy with sorrow. What a disaster. It was the only word large enough to fit what his eyes saw. He gave silent thanks that the battlefield was far from cities, far from millions of civilians. The losses had been borne primarily by Russia's military task force. Thousands of soldiers gone. Thousands of families are broken. But worse, far worse, was the truth looming in every mind present. Miraluz had not pressed toward human cities. He had returned to Sorna with his pack, victorious, unchallenged. That restraint, accidental or intentional, was the only mercy humanity had been granted. For now, Survivor POV, V-22 Osprey, airborne over the Arctic. Emma sat rigidly, hands pressed to her face, as the Osprey rattled through turbulent air. The Yangine's drone seemed distant, muffled against the roar of her thoughts. The battlefield clung to her memory. The sound of the Mudos shrieking, the sight of the earth splitting into fire, and that final vision of Miralo's burning wings blotting out the world. Her chest constricted. She had been close, too close. She had seen the Alpha Titans not from monitors or data sheets, but with her own naked eyes. And she knew. Humans were nothing. Not soldiers, not weapons, not governments, nothing. Ants before floodwater. Why are there so many monsters? She thought bitterly. Why do they keep waking? The old Gaia hypothesis returned to her mind, half forgotten from textbooks. If Earth were alive, a system, then humanity was not its child, but its disease. A parasite, a virus. Her mind spiraled. For thousands of years, we called ourselves masters of Earth. And what did we bring? Overpopulation, pollution, war, extinction. We are not masters. We are infection. She saw her son's face, bright, alive, gone. His sacrifice replayed in her chest like a wound that refused to close. Tears blurred her vision, but then, strangely, the tears slowed. A new clarity dawned. The monsters, Miraluz, Godzilla, Muto Prime, all of them, were not random. They were not curses. They were the Earth's immune system. Her lips trembled into a whisper. The cure. The world was dark, desperate, hopeless. But suddenly, she saw light. She rose unsteadily, gripping the handhold of the Osprey as startled soldiers glanced her way. "I understand now," she murmured, louder this time. "This is what my son died for. This is the truth Monarch won't admit." Her voice steadied. Her eyes hardened. Humanity is the plague. The Titans are the cure. Whispers rippled among the crew, confusion, fear. But Emma no longer cared. She had found her purpose. She would awaken more. She would call them forth. Even if the world hated her. Even if she was branded a traitor. She would bring salvation through fire. Chapter 107, Aotana. Isla Sorna. The ocean churned as shadows breached the waves. One by one, the mutant dinosaurs emerged, battered but alive. Spinosaurus limped onto shore, his scales scorched. Packs of raptors huddled in clusters, grooming wounds. Ding! Congratulations on completing Godzilla, Aftershock. You are rewarded with 5 Titan Essence. The mechanical chime echoed in Miralo's mind, sharp and undeniable. His pupils narrowed. This time, the reward was greater than ever, 5 vials of Titan's blood essence. The sheer potency of it made his wings tremble with anticipation. These 5 essences, Miraluz rumbled, the sound rolling across the island like thunder. They will not be wasted. The reward would be split, most to strengthen the dragon that followed the 5 dragon generals. But one portion, carved from the Alpha-class Titan blood of the Muto Prime itself, he had reserved. Not for himself, but for Gray. His sister arrived at his call, bounding with eager steps, her 7 little hatchlings trailing after her. Her eyes glowed with trust and determination. Gray, Miraluz's voice was deep, commanding, yet full of pride. Take it. From his claws he presented the pulsing, molten sphere of Titan essence. It burned, writhing with power too primal for words. Gray didn't hesitate. She had taken Titan blood before, had felt it sear through her body like wildfire. But this was different. She knew it. Her brother knew it. This was not the pale red one she took last time. This was glowing crimson. She swallowed the Titan blood. The reaction was immediate. Ruhar! Gray's scream shook the island. Energy ripped through her veins, so pure and volatile that even the earth itself recoiled. Her silver-white scales split and glowed, seared with cracks of incandescent purple. Her body convulsed as though torn apart, yet she clung on with unyielding willpower. "Endure it, Gray," Miraluz commanded. The young dragon slammed her claws into the earth, carving trenches in the ground as she resisted the overwhelming tide. Her body length surged, her frame stretched, her skeleton cracked and reforged under the pressure. She screamed again, but her roar was not of defeat, it was of becoming. From her ribs, bone tore outward. Wings. Not one pair, but 3. 6 colossal dragon wings unfurled in a violent storm of scales and blood. They shimmered with violet halos, every membrane refracting light as though woven from fragments of a dying star. Miraluz's eyes widened. Kaka. Her scales hardened, rearranging into intricate patterns of violet streaks etched across her silver body. Each one pulsed like molten veins, humming with energy. The island itself resonated with her transformation. When the light finally subsided, she stood reborn. Her body length had soared to over 50 meters. Her height towered at nearly 30. Her weight alone made the ground quake beneath her talons. She was no longer merely Miraluz's little sister. She was no longer a hatchling striving to keep up. She was Titan, Aepha. But what struck Miraluz most was not her size, nor her strength. It was the new core within her chest. Like him, she now had an atomic reactor. Yet it was different. Her energy did not manifest as fission breath. Instead, it refracted, concentrated. Gray spread her radiant wings, and with a pulse of will, light waves shimmered across them. The scales transformed into lenses, bending nuclear energy into a spear of rainbow brilliance. The beam shot forward in a blinding arc, piercing the horizon and tearing the sea open like paper. The dinosaurs roared in awe. Miraluz lowered his head, proud. From this day forward, she would not be called Gray. Her transformation demanded more. Later, when Monarch finally lays eyes on her. Aotuna, Empress of Light. The legends to be whispered of her in fragments. And dragon who grew wings without end. From 2 to 4, from 4 to 6. Each pair that unfurled shone with brilliance enough to eclipse the sun, and with every stage of her evolution, she would unleash storms of light to cleanse the world of corruption. Aotuna raised her wings to the sky, their violet light scattering across the ocean, illuminating the heavens like auroras. The dinosaurs roared in chorus. The island trembled with their voices. And Miraluz knew his war was only beginning. Chapter 108, Future Plans. Miraluz stood upon the cliffs of Isla Sorna, his scales shimmering with the faint afterglow of atomic energy. The salty wind carried the scent of the ocean, but beneath it, he could smell the faint trace of blood, Titan blood. Aotuna had already taken her share, her frame strengthened beyond recognition, but he had not forgotten the others. Power was not something he intended to hoard alone. With the authority of a ruler, he allowed the remaining 5 portions of Titan's blood to be absorbed by his most trusted lieutenants. Each of them writhed under the rush of Titan energy as their bodies adapted, bones reforging, muscles swelling, instincts sharpening. One by one, they rose again, no longer mere mutant dinosaurs, but sub-Titan class beings. Their roars echoed across the island like war drums, each one proclaiming loyalty to Miraluz. Still, Miraluz could sense the truth. Too many warriors, too little blood. The Titan's essence, no matter how potent, was finite. This was just a taste, not enough to elevate an entire species. If his kin were to rise fully, if the mutant dinosaurs were to challenge gods like Godzilla, more was needed. His gaze turned southward, toward the ocean. The surface world was rich, but the real treasure lay beneath. Within the hollow earth, the inner world where Titans roamed freely. The MonsterVerse humans believed they had charted only fragments of it. Skull Island, the Mariana Trench, Antarctica, even human cities like Cairo and Rio de Janeiro that concealed entrances. But Miraluz knew better. Those were cracks, not gateways. The true scope of that realm stretched further than human imagination could comprehend. "How many layers does it have?" he murmured, his deep voice rolling like distant thunder. "How many titans slumber in its depths?" His golden eyes narrowed. Curiosity burned in him, but it was more than curiosity, it was necessity. If he wanted his people to thrive, he had to lead them into that world. And why wander to faraway lands when he could bring the path to them? His decision was made. On Isla Nublar, not far from Sorna, he would tear open a gateway himself. It would become a bridge between worlds, a vein through which the mutant dinosaurs could flow freely, hunting, expanding, claiming their place. But before that, something tugged at his memory, a promise. "By the way," Miraluz muttered, as though scolding himself. His tail lashed the ground, carving a trench through the earth. "I nearly forgot about that brute from Skull Island." King Kong. The ape had fought with fire and pride, refusing to kneel easily, but eventually, he had acknowledged Miraluz's rule. More importantly, he had promised him something, help in finding his lost kin. Now, with the Hollow Earth expedition looming, it was the perfect time to fulfill that vow. He turned his head toward his violet-scaled sister, Aotina, her massive frame crouched nearby. She flicked her tail expectantly, sensing her brother's thoughts before he even spoke. "Go," Miraluz commanded. "Fetch Kong from Skull Island. Bring him here. His fists will be needed." Aotina's molten eyes glimmered. She bowed her horned head briefly before spreading her colossal wings. With a single beat, she launched skyward, a boom rattling the trees. Miraluz lingered only a moment longer. His gaze shifted to the horizon, then down to the glowing panel only he could see. The simulator, the engine of his evolution. Hundreds of millions of gene points shimmered within it, rewards from the slaughter of the Muto brood. It was time to ascend further. He sank into seclusion, his body radiating faint energy as the panel unfurled before him like a celestial script. "Seismic control," he growled. "Level it." Power surged through him. His claws scraped the stone as the dragon beetle gene screamed awake, twisting his bones with new potential. Seismic control LV1 LV2, capable of triggering a magnitude 7 earthquake. Energy release equivalent, 2.0 times 10 to the power of 15 joules. His chest swelled as the following line burned. Seismic control LV2 LV3, capable of triggering a magnitude 8 earthquake. Energy release equivalent, 6.3 times 10 to the power of 16 joules. The ground beneath him groaned in protest, trembling as though afraid of its master. Miraluz flexed his talons, testing the resonance. Yes, a flick of his will could now unleash devastation equal to the Castle Bravo hydrogen bomb that the humans once loosed against Godzilla. Cities would crumble. Mountains would split. And yet, he was not satisfied. He poured points into every gene. Atomic breath variations, bioelectric fields, regenerative capacity, camouflage. One by one, they rose to the third level, each a blade in his arsenal. His aura darkened until even the sea seemed to recoil. When the last surge faded, Miraluz stood silent on the cliff's edge. He closed his eyes. The waves crashed far below, gulls screamed, the storm winds howled, and yet all of it felt distant. A whisper curled in his mind. Invincible. Lonely. His claws clenched into fists. How empty it feels to stand at the top. He opened his eyes again. The fire within them burned stronger. If there were no opponent worthy of him on the surface, then surely in the hollow earth, one would rise. Chapter 109. King Kong. Far across the ocean, Skull Island stirred. Aotuna sliced through the stratosphere, her 200-meter wings unfurling against the stars. The speed tore the air apart around her, shockwaves booming in rapid succession. Trails of aurora burst behind her, streaks of green and violet fire painting the night sky. Within her chest, the atomic reactor pulsed like a beating heart, flooding her body with raw energy. She was faster now, Mach 2 at her peak. The humans noticed. They always noticed. In Monarch's Tokyo outpost, alarms screamed as tracking satellites locked onto her silhouette. Screens lit up with her massive form cutting across the Pacific. Target heading east, one analyst shouted. Designation. Dr. Ichiro Serizawa, grim and quiet, leaned forward. She's going to Skull Island. Another scientist, Vivian Graham, folded her arms tightly. King Kong is there. If Miraluz sent her, this isn't a coincidence. He's calling in allies. Whispers spread through the command center. Mutant dinosaurs, Kong. Humanity was not blind. They saw the storm brewing, even if they could not stop it. But for now, all they could do was watch. On Skull Island, the ground rumbled. Tuna cut through the boiling thunderclouds above Skull Island like a violet blade. Lightning danced across her scales, refracting into streaks of violet and indigo that illuminated the storm. Her colossal wings spread wide, each beat cracking the sky with atomic thunder. When she descended, the pitch-black night was torn apart by her radiance, her figure like a divine meteor striking the cursed land. Ruoor. Her cry split the heavens, echoing across every cliff and jungle of Skull Island. It was not merely a call, but a declaration. I have arrived. Deep in a rocky gorge, King Kong stirred. His heavy breath rattled the cave, his massive chest rising and falling with the rhythm of sleep. Drool clung to his lips until the roar jolted him awake. His ears twitched. A frown carved itself across his scarred face. Another intruder. With a growl, he wiped his mouth and lumbered toward the sound, fury burning behind his eyes. Since Miraluz, the dragon god, had commanded him to guard Skull Island, Kong had sworn no creature would trespass. He would die before failing that order. He climbed a ridge, his broad silhouette framed against the storm. And there, before him, stood a vision he could barely comprehend. A dragon, for wings stretched like a cathedral of light, scales blazing silver violet, a living aurora tearing apart the night. The radiance stabbed at his eyes, forcing him to squint. He shielded his face with one massive hand and snarled. Tuna folded her wings slightly, dimming their glow so her voice could carry. Her eyes, molten and sharp, locked onto him. Are you King Kong? Her voice rippled through the air in titan resonance. Not words, but frequencies older than humanity itself. Kong stiffened. This being knew him. His fists clenched as he forced himself to meet her gaze. How do you know my name? Who are you? His chest rumbled, suspicion thick in his tone. Tuna tilted her head, studying him with mild amusement. To her dragon-born eyes, Kong was odd. Powerful, yes. Muscular, brutish, commanding. But compared to her kin, his form was ungainly, his fur coarse, his features primitive. Ugly, in truth, she thought with a flick of her tail. Yet there was a raw strength in him that intrigued her. My name is Tuna, she replied, wings folding back as her glow dimmed to twilight shimmer. Sent by the dragon god himself. My brother Miraluz. Her chest swelled with pride as she spoke his name. He bids you come to Dragon Island, to stand before him once more. The words shook Kong. His pupils widened. Miraluz, the dragon god. Months had passed since they last spoke. Kong had obeyed his command to guard this island faithfully, never once leaving its borders. There had been nights when he wondered, had the dragon god forgotten me? But no. Now proof stood before him, a mighty emissary, radiant and terrifying. Kong's heart thudded. The promise Miraluz had made returned to him, to lead him to his kin, to show him the greater world. His lips parted in a low rumble of awe and gratitude. Yet beneath it all, another feeling stirred, unease. Tuna's presence pressed upon him like a mountain. Her aura was suffocating, her power palpable. Could he even match her if it came to blows? Tuna's molten eyes narrowed, catching his hesitation. Then, with a sudden glint, she spoke again, her tone sharpening into challenge. Before you leave, she rumbled, muscles tensing, you will fight me. Kong blinked. What? Tuna's eyes gleamed with hunger. She had grown restless since her ascension. No dinosaur on Dragon Island could test her anymore. No beast could make her blood sing. But Kong was different. Strong. Proud. A titan. She wanted to feel the clash. You and I, Kong, she hissed, wings lifting. Show me if you are worthy. Kong's jaw slackened. He jabbed a finger at her, grunting in disbelief. Fight? Now. This is madness. But Tuna had already leapt skyward, her wings unfurling like a storm breaking. Her scales flared with atomic light, and beams of charged energy condensed along their surface. In seconds, The night sky rained fire. Pulses of light streaked downward like 1,000 burning meteors. Kong roared in shock, leaping aside as explosions ripped the jungle. Trees shattered, ground scorched, waves of heat rolling across the cliffs. He barely avoided a direct strike, tumbling down a slope before regaining his footing. His chest heaved. "Fine," he snarled, pounding his fists against his chest. "You want to fight? You'll get one." From the cliffs, Ayatuna dove. Her wings cut the storm like blades as she swept low, claws extended. Kong braced, catching her talons with both arms. The impact thundered across the island, sending rocks crashing down slopes. Kong's feet dug furrows in the dirt as he held her back, his muscles straining against her inhuman strength. Ayotuna's lips curled. "Better than I thought." She twisted, whipping her tail like a scythe. It slammed against Kong's ribs, sending him staggering sideways. He coughed blood, fury igniting in his eyes. With a roar, he seized a massive tree trunk and swung it like a club. The strike connected with Ayotuna's jaw, snapping her head aside. She reeled back, but instead of rage, laughter bubbled in her throat. "Good," Kong pressed, swinging again, each blow like thunder cracking the night. Ayotuna dodged left, then right, her body weaving with unnatural speed. With a powerful flap, she launched upward, letting his club splinter against the ground. Then she dived, slamming into his chest with her shoulder. The gorilla staggered but locked his arms around her neck in a grapple, dragging her down. They rolled across the jungle floor, each trying to crush the other. Trees snapped like twigs beneath their weight. Ayotuna hissed, atomic energy building in her throat, but Kong slammed his fist into her snout, forcing her to choke the blast back. Their roars merged into a single monstrous symphony, echoing beyond the storm. Chapter 110, Let Me Go. Half an hour later, the battlefield on Skull Island looked like the aftermath of a storm. Entire sections of the jungle had been blasted apart, trees toppled like matchsticks, the ground pitted with glowing craters still smoking from the heat of energy blasts. King Kong lay collapsed at the center of it all, wheezing like a beaten hound. His massive chest rose and fell in ragged bursts, his tongue lolling out as though he had just run for days. His once proud black fur was patchy now, burned off in places or hanging loose in clumps, and deep wounds traced bloody lines across his hide. He looked broken, miserable. Above him, Grace circled with draconic grace, her silver scales catching what little sunlight cut through the haze. The young dragoness twirled once, her wings humming with residual energy, and she let out a triumphant cry. Her joy wasn't arrogance, not entirely, but raw disbelief at her own strength. She hadn't known she could fight like this. From the first moment she had taken flight, Kong never stood a chance. The sky was her domain. Every time he tried to climb, leap, or grab her, she was gone darting away with impossible speed. Her rainbow pulses, beams of shimmering plasma from her wings, peppered him without end. They weren't as concentrated as her brother Miralu's electromagnetic blasts, nor as devastating as Godzilla's atomic breath, but they were fast. Too fast. The pulses lashed against Kong's body, heating the air to thousands of degrees, scorching his thick skin until it blistered and split. The plasma recoil sent shockwaves that battered him even when the beams missed. His hide, resilient as ever, kept him alive, but pain was unavoidable. The great apes staggered, roared, and fought, but every swing landed on empty air, every charge ended in another rainbow barrage slamming into his chest, his back, his legs. It had been a slaughter disguised as sparring. Gray landed on a shattered ridge, wings folding, her claws digging into the stone. She tilted her head, studying her opponent. "Not bad, Kong. You lasted longer than I thought." The ape groaned, spitting blood and a pair of broken teeth. His body twitched with both rage and exhaustion. He wanted to bellow at her, to show he was no one's toy, but the words that came out were more pitiful than proud. Why is it always me getting torn up?" His deep voice rumbled with frustration, his massive hand clutching at his cracked jaw. He looked like he wanted to cry. He thought of Skull Island, of how many times he had bled for it. He had fought serpents, predators, and other challengers, but never had he felt so utterly helpless. Inwardly, Kong knew the truth. Outside of his island, there were monsters far worse. Alpha titans who would crush him in seconds. If he couldn't hold his ground here, what chance did he have elsewhere? If he couldn't even match a dragon Miralo's sister, then how could he ever dream of standing among the mighty? He grunted, slamming his fist into the ground. Dirt and pebbles scattered like sparks. Enough, Gray announced, stretching her wings. Her voice was sharper now, like a command from someone already used to being obeyed. The match is done. She leaped into the air with a single beat of her wings, then swooped low. Her claws hooked beneath Kong's limp body as easily as if he were a fallen log. Let's go. Kong jolted, thrashing weakly. His pride flared hotter than the pain. Put me down. His voice boomed across the ruins. I can walk. I can swim. I don't need to be dragged like prey. Gray chuckled, the sound rumbling deep in her throat. Swim? At that pace, it will take us weeks. I'll be old by the time we reach Dragon Island. She tightened her grip, hauling him upward. Kong roared in fury, beating his chest despite the agony. I said, put me down. I have dignity. You'll keep your dignity if you stop whining. Gray shot back, carrying him higher. The wind roared between them, bending trees and tearing leaves from their branches as she gained altitude. From below, the Iwi people Skull Island's last fragile civilization watched in silence. They stood at the edge of their huts, eyes wide, as the giant who had once been their god guardian was carted away like a beaten animal. Some bowed their heads, whispering prayers. Others stared, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. For a moment, Kong caught their gaze. His heart clenched. He had always been their protector, their savior, and now he looked defeated. He pushed weakly at Gray's claws, and she, to her credit, eased her grip. Fine, she said with a sigh. Swim if you want. I'll lead the way. She released him. Kong splashed into the waves with a thunderous crash, sending sprays of salt water skyward. His body vanished beneath the surface, bubbles rising as he sank. Then, slowly, his silhouette moved, his massive arms pulling him forward with surprising grace. The genes Miraloos had woven into his body had done their work. Once awkward in water, Kong now swam like a beast born for it, drawing oxygen through his blood as if the ocean itself were his ally. He pushed forward, slicing through the deep blue like a colossal shadow. Gray hovered above, her silver wings shimmering. She called down mockingly, "Don't get lost, water monkey." Kong snarled, bubbles bursting from his mouth beneath the waves. He hated the nickname. For a time, they moved in silence, Gray gliding low, Kong powering through the current. The endless sea stretched around them, indifferent and vast. Every so often, a shape stirred below, a colossal serpent, a massive shark, creatures that had once ruled the oceans before Titans reawakened. They gave Kong a wide berth. The scent of dragon god's blessing clung to him. None dared challenge it. Still, Gray's patience wore thin. She circled once, then dove. Too slow. Her claws plunged into the water, seizing Kong once more before he could react. He bellowed in protest, the sound muffled beneath the waves. She yanked him skyward, droplets spraying from his soaked fur. His mouth gaped, the force of supersonic flight warping his face into a ridiculous mask. "Gray," he roared, words snatched by the wind. "Put me down." She only laughed, soaring higher, her speed breaking the sound barrier. The shockwave rippled across the sea, churning the waves into chaos. Below them, the ocean foamed white, as though fleeing from her wake. Kong flailed in her grip, humiliated beyond measure. "I swear when we land, I'm going to." Gray twisted her head to smirk at him. "What? Fight me again? We both know how that ends." Chapter 111, Adopting a Monkey. Castle Bravo. Monarch Headquarters. "Look," one of the technicians blurted, pointing at the massive projection screen. That's Aotuna and King Kong." The image, transmitted from a high-orbit satellite, filled the briefing room with grainy but undeniable detail. The massive silver dragon carrying the battered ape like a ragdoll across the endless blue. The sight was surreal, humiliating, and, judging by the stifled chuckles echoing in the room, a little comical. Kong, once considered a king in his own right, now dangled like a conquered beast. Around the table, analysts traded uneasy glances. Some tried to smother grins. Others simply stared, their amusement warring with the sobering reality. This was proof that Titan hierarchies were shifting again. Only one figure in the room didn't so much as twitch. Dr. Emma Russell sat with her arms folded, eyes fixed on the feed. No smile, no pity, just a cool indifference, as though she were watching a storm drift across the sea. Her daughter Madison leaned close, whispering, "Mom, that's Kong. He looks like another piece of fish." Emma cut in softly. No one dared interrupt her. Emma should have been resting in Boston. After the near disaster with the Mudos, Monarch had given her a long leave, urging her to recover. But she had refused, almost immediately. Rest wasn't in her nature. Instead, she had pressed Sarazawa for assignment to Outpost 61 in Yunnan, where Mothra slept. Madison had gone with her, of course. On paper, Emma's reason was simple. Perfect the Orca system, the sonic communicator she had poured her life into. The hope was that Mothra, guardian of rebirth and protection, would be receptive to communication. Unlike Godzilla or Ghidorah, Mothra was tied to humanity through myth, through temples that called her mother. It was believable, logical, even noble. But Emma's expression in that moment, impassive as she watched Kong's humiliation, betrayed a deeper truth. She had a plan. The storm to come would make the last Mudo crisis look trivial. Humanity, fragile and divided, would soon face its own undoing. Not by titans, but by the greed and arrogance of men. Sarazawa's words echoed in her mind like prophecy. What destroys humanity is never monsters. It is humanity itself. Emma's fingers tapped the table once. Then she stood, leaving the room without a word. Madison trailed after her, confusion shadowing her young face. The others exchanged glances. None followed. On the screen, Gray streaked past the clouds with Kong still clenched in her claws. The ape's mouth was stretched wide by the supersonic winds, his roar lost in the scream of the atmosphere. The feed flickered. The image cut to static. And far away, the story continued. Dragon Island. The storm surrounding the island had raged for hours, but at last Gray burst through the thunderheads, her wings crackling with static. She banked hard, her claws releasing at the last second, and Kong crashed into the soft sand of a crescent-shaped shore. The ape groaned, his body limp, his eyes glazed. He looked less like a king and more like a corpse that had forgotten to stop breathing. Gray landed beside him, folding her wings with a smug flick. "Told you it'd be faster my way." Kong grumbled something unintelligible into the sand. His pride was in tatters. His body wasn't much better. When he finally pushed himself upright, he froze. His jaw slackened, because before him stretched a world unlike anything he had imagined. Dragon Island was alive. The first thing he noticed was the construction. Not crude, not random, but deliberate. Massive stone pillars rose like the beginnings of temples. Rock-hewn walls formed courtyards and terraces. Some structures climbed skyward like primitive towers, while others tunneled deep into the ground, smoke rising from hidden forges. Dinosaurs moved everywhere. Not wild, not chaotic, but organized. Teams of triceratops hauled quarried stone. Packs of raptors darted like workers, carrying tools of bone and metal. Even the great sauropods, towering like living cranes, bent their long necks to lift beams into place. It was a city in the making, a civilization. Kong's eyes widened as they walked deeper. He saw nests where hatchlings squealed and tumbled in play, young dinosaurs far more numerous than their parents. He saw rows of warriors, mutated rexes, and horned beasts marching in unison, their bodies marked with ritual scars. For the first time in his life, Kong felt small. Gray strutted ahead, her tail flicking. "Welcome to the Jurassic Alliance," she announced proudly. "The first and only tribe of our kind. And soon more." Kong barely heard her. His chest tightened as memories stabbed at him. His parents, long dead. His clan, slaughtered by skull-crawlers. His endless solitude. He had grown up with no kin, no family. Always fighting, always alone. Here, everywhere he looked, there was community. Belonging. His fists clenched. Envy and longing tangled inside him, choking him. Then the air changed. A shadow fell across the island, immense and silver white. The ground itself seemed to bow. Kong's knees weakened. He didn't need to look to know who it was. Miraluz descended, vast wings folding like storm clouds collapsing. His body shimmered with latent power, scales glowing faintly where the sunlight struck. His crimson eyes burned like molten stars, fixing on Kong with impossible weight. The ape trembled. Instinct screamed at him to kneel, to lower his head. But pride warred with fear, locking his muscles in place. The dragon's voice rolled across the island, not a sound but a resonance, deep as the earth's core. King Kong, you are here. The words weren't loud. They didn't need to be. Miralu's gaze pierced deeper into the ape's soul, peeling back pride and pain alike. From this moment, this is your home. And we, his wings spread, encompassing the tribe, the island, the future itself, are your people. Kong staggered. The words struck harder than any blow. For years, he had dreamed of kin, of family. For years, he had cursed the loneliness gnawing at him. And now, without warning, it was offered to him. His eyes burned. His chest heaved. And in that moment, he knew he would not return to Skull Island. He would never again sit alone on a mountain, the last of his line. This would be home. He lowered his head, not in defeat, but in acceptance. The dinosaurs around them roared as one, their voices rising like a hymn. Gray beamed with pride. Miraluz simply watched, unreadable, as though this was merely one step in a plan only he understood. Kong, the last of his kind, had found his place. And the world trembled, though it did not yet know why. Chapter 112, Journey. Miraluz's claws brushed over the rough skin on Kong's skull, pausing on the patch where Gray's strike had torn away a clump of fur. The spot was raw, tender, but healing. Kong rumbled low in his chest, half annoyance, half contentment at the touch. You carry your scars well, Miraluz said, his deep voice rolling like thunder. Proof that you survived, proof that you endure. Kong grunted, tilting his head slightly. The dragon titan's hand lifted away, but his piercing eyes remained locked on the ape. There's more, Miraluz continued. My clan prepares to march into the inner earth. Kong's brow furrowed, his massive shoulders tensing. He repeated the words slowly, his guttural voice heavy with confusion. Inner earth. Miraluz's wings shifted, catching the wind. His eyes burned with cold authority. Also called the Hollow Earth. A world beneath this one. An ancient ecosystem close to the planet's core, older than surface oceans, older than mountains. That is where titans were born. Kong stared at him in silence, the word titans vibrating in his chest. He had always felt something missing, as though he was the last page torn from a book he couldn't read. Miraluz explained it simply, his tone sharp and uncompromising. Your clan began there. The Kongs who survived on Skull Island are only remnants, shadows of what they once were. In the Hollow Earth, your bloodline runs deeper. There may still be kin waiting. Kong clenched his fists. The thought of others like him, giants, not just lone survivors, sparked a fire in his chest. Yet doubt lingered in his eyes. Miraluz's gaze hardened. He doubts because he doesn't know the wars that carved his people into ghosts. The dragon tilted his head toward the horizon. His mind stirred with memory, with fragments of history etched in bone and blood. He spoke not like a lecturer, but like a warlord recounting scars. Long ago, your clan did not hide on a shrinking island. They ruled vast halls beneath the earth. The Kongs of Hollow Earth were titans who sat upon stone thrones, 9 kings bound to one supreme Kong. Their temples rose like mountains, their pillars carved with victories. They were conquerors until they challenged my kin, the Titanus Gajira. At this, Miraluz's tail lashed against the ground, dust rising. His voice darkened, carrying the echo of ancient battles. War erupted. The Kongs forged weapons from the spines of my kind. Axes that drank nuclear fire, weapons that could split mountains. They fought with fury. We fought with wrath. Blood filled the caverns of Hollow Earth. Supreme Kong fell, and many kings with him. Kong's breath quickened. The picture painted in Miraluz's words was not myth, it was memory. And the axe he once held, forged from the spine of a creature like Miraluz, proved it. Miraluz turned his eyes back to Kong, unblinking. Your people lost. Some fled upward, to Skull Island. Without the radiation that feeds us titans, they dwindled. Small, weaker, hunted, until only you remained. The ape's lips curled in a silent snarl. Rage and sorrow clashed inside him. But below, Miraluz's tone dropped lower, nearly a growl. Below, others survived. Ruled now by a red-haired gibbon titan, Scar King. A tyrant. A slaver. He bound the snow demon in chains and dreamed of conquering the surface. Godzilla buried him, sealed him in hollow earth, but tyrants like him rarely stayed dead forever. The ground seemed to rumble at the name. Kong's knuckles tightened until stone cracked beneath his grip. Miraluz stepped closer, his wings half spread. His presence loomed, but his words carried a sharp edge of challenge. If you follow me into hollow earth, you may find the truth of your clan. You may find allies or enemies who share your blood. But understand this. His eyes gleamed like molten gold. Anyone who blocks my path will fall. God or Titan, Kong or demon. I will crush them all. Kong bared his teeth, not in defiance, but in grim agreement. His voice rumbled like boulders grinding. Then we march. Together. For a moment, silence stretched between them, heavy and raw. Then, faintly, from somewhere in the distance, the earth itself growled. Both titans froze, instincts flaring. Something stirred far beneath the surface, as if the hollow earth had already sensed their intent. Miraluz's wings snapped open, his gaze cutting downward toward the ground itself. He whispered low, more to himself than to Kong. The path ahead will not be simple. The hollow earth does not welcome intruders. It remembers the blood spilled there, and it will demand more. Kong pounded his chest once, a deep roar echoing through the cliffs of Skull Island. The sound rolled into the clouds like a vow. Miraluz watched him, lips curling into a razor-thin smile. Good. Let him burn with rage. He will need it when the old wars wake again. Isla Nublar lay silent, a storm of wings and roars breaking the horizon. The ruins of Jurassic World, once a monument to human science, had become the staging ground of something far older. Everywhere, dinosaurs stirred. Herds of armored stegosaurs lined the ridges. Packs of raptors slashed at the air, waiting for the signal. Above, pterosaurs wheeled in restless circles, shadows blotting out the pale sun. And at the center of it all stood Miraluz, the dragon god, his white scales burning with molten light. Even from afar, King Kong felt the heat rolling off him. His thick fur smoldered where sparks drifted close. He clenched his teeth, every instinct screaming to back away from the dragon's impossible aura. But he stood firm. Too strong, he admitted silently. Far stronger than when we first crossed paths. Miraluz's chest swelled. With a single thunderous roar, the air warped. Then, boom, a searing beam of heat lanced downward, carving into the earth. Stone turned to liquid, rivers of magma bursting free. The ground split wide, and a pit yawned where Isla Nublar's heart had once been. Kong flinched back, eyes widening. The beam hadn't just broken through rock. It had kept going, deeper, hotter, farther than any titan had ever gone. Miraluz's voice rumbled like a god's decree. The path is open. The dragon god tilted his head, feeling it, sensing the endless layers of the mantle peeling away. His power cut deeper than ever before. 500 kilometers. 1,000. 2,000. 2,900. At last, the barrier broke. The mantle split like glass, and light, strange, alien, spilled upward from below. The inner world, Miraluz growled. His wings folded tight. March. He leapt first into the abyss, a comet of silver fire diving headlong into the tunnel. Gray roared after him, followed by Kong, his massive fists slamming against his chest once before he leapt into the darkness. Behind them surged the Jurassic Alliance, the 4 dragon generals, and the tide of mutant dinosaurs answering their ruler's call. The fall was madness. For humans, it would have been certain death, a plunge of thousands of kilometers into the unknown. But for Titans, it was merely another test. Wind screamed. Bodies hurtled downward. Yet none faltered. Kong's eyes narrowed as the light grew brighter below. He felt the pull shift, the strange gravity Miraluz had warned of. His body, once falling, now slowed as if invisible hands had caught him. His fur floated. His chest churned. And then, suddenly, the weight returned, pulling not down but up, dragging him toward the inverted ceiling of another world. Steady yourself. Miraluz's voice thundered through the void. His wings cracked open, snapping the air into shock waves. The dragon righted himself with effortless grace, his body shimmering in the strange purple glow ahead. Kong roared in defiance of the disorienting force. His massive arms spread wide, bracing himself against nothing until his feet slammed against a jagged cliff. He steadied. His chest heaved. Then the light swallowed them whole. They burst into the hollow earth. It was not sky above them, but land inverted, mountains hanging like teeth from the heavens. Waterfalls gushed upward, flowing into rivers that defied reason. Lightning storms danced eternally across the vaulted ceiling, casting everything in violet haze. Below lay jungles vast enough to swallow continents, forests that whispered with life as old as creation. "This is the hollow earth," Kong murmured, voice ragged with awe. For the first time in ages, hope flickered in his eyes. Miraluz hovered beside him, wings beating with controlled power. His golden gaze swept the endless horizon. Pride surged in his chest, but with it came hunger. A new world, ours to take. Gray landed on a cliff nearby, her silver hide gleaming in the violet storm. She growled, not in awe, but in challenge. "I smell something. This world is not empty." Miraluz's grin showed teeth sharper than blades. "Good. Let it." But even as he spoke, the ground trembled. From the jungles below came the distant sound of drums, not man-made, but primal. Something had heard them. Something had waited centuries for intruders. Chapter 113. First Layer. Hollow World, First Layer. Gray followed closely behind Miraluz, her four powerful wings beating with precise control. The altered gravity of this subterranean realm posed no challenge to her. She adapted instantly, each movement flowing naturally with the environment. Her scales gleamed faintly in the dim light, reflecting the strange radiance of the inner world. Other dinosaurs were not as fortunate. Their massive frames collided with jagged rocks and uneven terrain. King Kong tumbled more than once, the ground shaking with each thud, before finally finding his footing. Covered in dust and grime, he paused, absorbing the surreal beauty of the place, a cavernous expanse of luminescent crystals and flowing molten channels that seemed alive. Yet, more than awe, something was stirring within him, a sense of familiarity that pricked at his instincts, an invisible pull guiding him towards some unknown destination. "King Kong, what's wrong?" Miraluz asked, his voice a low rumble that resonated across the rocky expanse. He rubbed the back of his head, uncertainty in his massive eyes. "It feels like something is calling me. Something waiting for me in that direction." Miraluz's gaze sharpened. Ancient instincts whispered to him as well. The artifact of the Kong clan, the energy battle axe forged from the spines of the Gajira clan, was hidden somewhere in this world. If King Kong had sensed it, she would not have allowed any hesitation to delay them. "Lead the way." "We'll follow," she commanded. His voice carried authority, but also trust, a rare thing Miraluz offered only to those he considered family. The dinosaurs of the Jurassic Alliance quickly regrouped, forming a loose formation around King Kong. Miraluz flew slightly above Gray, scanning the surroundings with his senses. Every vibration, every shift in the air, every faint glow could signal danger. The inner world's gravity was only one factor in shaping the Titans. Radiation from the core amplified their abilities, filling every cell with energy. "Radiation levels are off the charts," Miraluz muttered, inhaling deeply. The radioactive particles coursed through his body, invigorating his body. His scales seemed to glow faintly from within. Gray mirrored him, wings vibrating with anticipation, and even King Kong felt the energy seep into his bones, a warmth that made him feel alive in a way the surface world never had. Suddenly, a ripple in the air. "Danger! Monsters approaching!" Miraluz's roar cut through the subterranean expanse. Two colossal shadows moved with terrifying speed from opposite directions. Hissing filled the cavern, a chilling sound that echoed and reverberated, bouncing off the crystal walls. Two winged serpents, easily 100 meters long each, streaked toward them. Their red membranous wings flexed with deadly precision, claws slicing the air. Their fangs, over 4 meters long, dripped with venom potent enough to fell a titan in minutes. Scales glittered ominously in the faint light, small needle-like teeth glinting, capable of shredding flesh as easily as paper. "They're snakes," Miraluz said, his eyes narrowing. "Beta-class titans. Fast, airborne, and venomous. Gray, Kong, you handle them. I have a feeling this will get messy. Gray's wings unfurled, stretching wide as she charged. King Kong bellowed, fists smashing into the rocky ground, sending tremors that unsettled the approaching snakes. Let's dance, Gray screeched, speed pushing her forward as she streaked toward the female serpent. The flashes of her wings emitted dazzling radiance. The rainbow-like pulses were not just for show, but they interfered with the snake's heat-sensing capabilities, inducing hallucinations in the creature's mind. The female snake lunged, jaws wide, fangs aimed for Gray's neck, but instead, her teeth tore into a tree trunk, shattering it with a thunderous crack. Hallucinations. Gray smirked internally, circling behind her prey. She focused the energy in her wings, intensifying the radiance. Rainbow pulses condensed into sharp beams, striking the snake's wings. The female shrieked, venom dripping as its balance faltered. Gray's massive claws came down like hammers from the sky, crushing the head with precision. Blood sprayed across the cavern floor, a sickly green mist rising in the glow of molten rock. King Kong was already engaged with the male snake, slamming into it with tremendous force. Each blow from his massive fists shook the ground, sending fragments of rock and dust into the air. Yet the serpent was agile, twisting its long body, snapping its jaws, attempting to coil around the ape. One strike grazed King Kong's shoulder, leaving a deep cut, venom burning slightly through his thick skin. Chapter 114. First Battle in the New World. Don't hold back. Miraluz roared from above, his voice bouncing off the cavern walls. His eyes glowed as she observed, searching for an opening. The male snake lunged at Gray again, fangs dripping venom, wings flaring to strike from above. Gray dodged with near-impossible agility, tail whipping around to hit the snake in the flank. King Kong roared and charged, slamming the serpent against the cavern wall. The creature writhed violently, knocking over stalagmites and rocks that sent a cascade of debris crashing around them. Miraloz's mind worked like a chessboard. He could see multiple outcomes, angles, and threats. His claws glinted as she dove from above, circling the battlefield with lethal grace. He struck strategically, smashing a wing, then targeting the tail. The snake writhed, attempting to coil around Gray, but her reflexes were unmatched. She adjusted in midair, slicing claws through the membrane and ripping at the joints with precision. The battle became a blur of motion. Gray darted, struck, and feinted. King Kong utilized brute force, pinning and battering with calculated swings. Miraluz maintained altitude, descending only when an opening appeared. Finally, he seized the chance. The male snake lunged, venom aimed for her side. He twisted midair, claws raking along its side, shredding muscle and scales. Using his momentum, he smashed downwards with his full weight, crushing the head, feeling the final convulsions before the beast went still. Breathing heavily, Miraluz hovered, wings trembling slightly. He looked at Gray, who was panting, scales scarred, but triumphant. King Kong stood beside her, chest heaving, a scar across his massive torso. Both were battered but victorious. Good, Miraluz said, her voice low but approving. You've both grown stronger. But this was only the beginning. Inner-world titans are patient, and they never fight fair. Gray nodded, cleaning her wings of blood. I can handle it, she said, voice low but confident. I can fight and think at the same time now. King Kong grunted, shaking the blood from his fur. That was something, but I want to know what's guiding me. Miraluz nodded. Patience. First, we survive. Then we find your prize. His eyes swept across the inner world, every shadow, every flicker of light, every shift in air currents noted. This was more than a battlefield. It was a proving ground, a crucible for the strongest titans. As they moved deeper, the air thickened with radiation. Molten rivers ran beneath jagged rock formations, sending up heat waves and shimmering reflections. Ancient ruins occasionally broke through the terrain, hinting at civilizations that had long since vanished. King Kong's instincts led them, each step cautious, each movement strategic. Suddenly, Gray froze midair. Movement ahead. Something big. Miraloz's eyes narrowed. Two massive silhouettes rose from the shadows. This time, creatures larger than the singing snakes, bristling with spikes and covered in thick, plated scales. Their eyes glowed like embers. These were the guardians of the inner world, Beta plus Titans, each capable of flattening a forest with a single strike. Miraluz exhaled, wings spreading wide. This is where we test everything. Gray, flank the left one. King Kong, take the right. I'll handle the center. The battle erupted. Rocks and molten shards flew. Air cracked with the sound of claws meeting claws and fists meeting scales. Gray darted through the gaps, a blur of rainbow light, striking weak points in the Guardian's armor. King Kong roared, using sheer strength to pin and crush. Miraluz orchestrated every movement, striking with precision, diving from above, turning the tide at every critical moment. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed in this brutal dance. Fatigue set in, but Miraluz never faltered. Every strike, every maneuver was deliberate. Finally, through a combination of calculated attacks, teamwork, and overwhelming strategy, the Guardians fell. Their bodies collapsed with thunderous crashes, the cavern echoing the victory. Miraluz hovered above the battlefield, wings glowing faintly in the radioactive light. We move forward. There's more ahead. This is only the first layer, she said, voice firm. Chapter 115, Throne. The first layer was home to many life forms, both Titan and beasts. In the dim glow of the subterranean light, massive forms moved across the landscape. Among them were the giant rock crabs, dragging their armored bodies across black stone. Leaf dragons with wings shimmering green like living foliage, and when they rested, they vanished into the canopy of petrified trees, indistinguishable from leaves swaying in a phantom breeze. Overhead, hell eagles circled the skies. They had the heads of owls, claws like razors, and wings stretched wide like those of a bat. Instead of feathers, their bodies were wrapped in thick, leather-like armor. Serrated spines jutted from their backs, forming a jagged hump that rippled whenever they screamed, a sound like metal grinding on bone. Further ahead slithered the singing serpents, their eerie wails echoing through the caves. Nearby crawled a four-limbed scaly lizard, its form reminiscent of Godzilla himself. Over 50 meters long, its skin was studded with sharp spines and plated bones. It radiated raw nuclear power, strong enough to be ranked among the Gamma-class Titans. And then there was Smida, a colossal worm, over 100 meters long, its 8 legs clawed through the muck of a swamp. 2 forelimbs were longer than the rest, barbed like spears. Its head was smooth and oval until its mouth split open into 6 fleshy petals, revealing a cavernous maw lined with rows of jagged fangs. The sound of it opening was like wet stone cracking apart. Smida usually lay buried beneath the sludge, its skin camouflaged with moss and lichen, waiting patiently for prey to wander too close. King Kong nearly did. If Miraluz's supersensory perception hadn't detected the faint pulse of life below the mud, Kong's next step would have taken him straight into Smida's gaping mouth. With a roar, the silver-scaled dragon unleashed a pulse of atomic lightning that tore through the ground. The explosion sent the worm hurtling upward in a storm of molten mud. Kong didn't hesitate. He slammed his fists into Smida's flailing head, while the dinosaurs swarmed in, biting, tearing, clawing. The swamp became a whirl of movement and blood. When it was done, Smida lay still, black blood seeping from its ruined mouth. Miraluz stepped forward, his body radiating power. "Devour and evolve," Miraluz commanded, his deep voice echoing through the caverns. They obeyed. Half a day later, the group emerged before a massive formation, a mountain shaped like the back of Godzilla himself. Jagged spines of stone rose along its ridge, glowing faintly with bioluminescent minerals. The air was thick with radiation. Kong slowed his pace, his deep voice rumbling. "This is the place, the one that's been calling to me." As they drew closer, the illusion of a mountain faded. Beneath layers of stone and vines, they uncovered the weathered face of an ancient palace, a structure carved for titans. On its massive gates, the imprint of a giant palm was etched in the rock, almost the same size as Kong's own. He pressed his hand against it, but nothing happened. The gate did not open. Grunting, he pushed with all his might. The colossal doors groaned, dust raining from their seams, and at last they swung inward. Inside was a vast chamber lit by faint blue veins of ore. At its center stood a titan throne, surrounded by 9 towering pillars. Bones littered the floor, ribs the size of trees, skulls with gaping jaws. Kong froze. These are my kind," he murmured, his deep voice trembling with recognition. "My clan." Miralu stepped past him, his long tail swaying. "This is where the war between your kin and mine began. This bones are the proof." The silence was thick, broken only by the crunch of bone beneath Kong's feet. Then his gaze caught something, half buried in the skull of a fallen titan. An axe. He pulled it free, and the weapon pulsed to life. Blue light shimmered across its surface, carrying the scent of nuclear energy. The blade's edge glowed with radiated heat, as though it still remembered the fury of battle. Kong soon found a groove in the ground shaped exactly like the axe. When he placed it there, the chamber responded. The ore veins in the floor lit up, channeling energy into the weapon. The ground hummed with power as the axe drank in the charge, glowing ever brighter. When the charging ceased, the weapon pulsed like a heartbeat. Kong turned toward Miraluz and offered the axe respectfully. "Yours, Lord Miraluz." But the dragon shook his head. "Keep it. I do not need human tools or titan relics. Your fists and your will are your true weapons. Wield them." Kong bowed slightly, gripping the axe. "Then I will wield it in your name." With the weapon charged, he could feel energy coursing through his arm, amplifying his strength. His left fist tightened, humming with seismic force. With his right, he swung the glowing axe. Each motion left a trail of blue light. Miraluz turned to his gathered army. "From this day forward," he declared, "this temple will serve as our base in Hollow World. Gather these ores. Fortify this place. Let it be the heart of the new era." A thunderous roar of approval echoed through the chamber. But the ground trembled. Chapter 116, Old Enemies. Boom, boom, boom. Cracks split open across the stone floor. A bone-white claw burst through, followed by another. From the ruptured earth, colossal forms clawed their way up, skeleton lizards. Hundreds of them. Their empty eye sockets burned with ghostly blue fire, and their bodies, stripped of flesh, clattered as they moved. These were not the lesser beasts of Skull Island. They were sub-Titan and Titan-level skeleton lizards born from the depths of the inner world. The largest among them towered over the others. Its spine glowed crimson, and its skeletal plates radiated an aura of feral power. Miraluz recognized it instantly. A red-backed skeleton lizard, a true beta-class Titan. He growled, voice low. Apex tried to create one like this once, a poor imitation that fell to Mechagodzilla in seconds. But this is the real thing. The air turned electric. Both sides locked eyes. Kong stepped forward, gripping his axe. "This one's mine." Miraluz gave a nod. "Do not die." The battle erupted with a chorus of roars. Gray Dove from above, blasting a Hell Eagle out of the air as she descended upon the lizard horde. The ground forces of the Jurassic Alliance charged beside her. Ankylosaurs, raptors, spinosaurids, all roaring as they clashed with the skeletal titans. The red-backed skeleton lizard shrieked and lunged at Kong, jaws wide, its teeth clashing like swords. Kong ducked beneath the first bite and countered with an uppercut, the force cracking the monster's jaw and sending it sprawling. He pressed the attack, leaping forward with a thunderous roar. His axe came down hard, embedding itself in the lizard's skull, but the creature's bones were more complicated than steel. Sparks flew as the blade skidded off. Kong barely had time to react before the creature's tail lashed around, striking him across the ribs. The blow hurled him into one of the Titan pillars, shattering the stone. "Damn it," Kong snarled, pushing himself up, chest heaving. He spun the axe once, switching grip. "Fine, let's see how much you can take." The lizard hissed, leaping again. Kong raised his axe, but instead of blocking, he sidestepped. The creature's claws slammed into the ground where he'd been, and in that split second, Kong pivoted, his axe glowing blue as he brought it down across the lizard's spine. The impact sent an arc of atomic energy through the air. The lizard howled, its bones cracking, but it still didn't fall. Elsewhere, Miraluz fought alongside his army. His wings folded tight as he weaved between the skeleton beasts, claws glowing with energy. He struck not with brute force, but with precision, breaking necks, tearing spines, and unleashing atomic bursts that vaporized swaths of enemies. Yet for every one he felled, more emerged. Gray landed beside him, panting. "There are too many. Hold the line," Miraluz commanded coldly. "We end this here." Kong's POV. The red-backed lizard slammed him against the wall again. Pain surged through his body, but he refused to yield. He caught the creature's skull between both hands, forcing it back. The stench of decay and ozone filled his nose. The monster's tail coiled around his leg, pulling tight. Bones creaked under the pressure. "Enough!" Kong roared, channeling all his strength into one arm. The axe flared bright as the charge reached critical levels. With a deafening cry, he swung upward, cleaving the creature's head in half. The energy burst detonated on contact, sending shockwaves through the chamber. When the light faded, the skeleton lizard was motionless, split clean down the middle, blue fire flickering out in its skull. Kong dropped to one knee, exhausted but victorious. "Still standing," he muttered. Miraluz's POV. He felt the tremor of Kong's victory through the ground. A faint smile touched his maw. "Good," he said softly. "You're learning." But his attention quickly shifted. The cracks beneath the temple hadn't stopped spreading. More energy pulsed below, stronger, deeper. "Retreat from the lower floor," he shouted. The dinosaurs began to pull back, dragging wounded allies away. The ground split further, and from the abyss below came a blinding red light, and a roar that shook the chamber to its core. A shadow rose, massive, horned, burning from within. Miraluz narrowed his eyes. So, the true ruler of the skeleton clan finally shows itself. The battle wasn't over. It had only just begun. Chapter 117, Follow Orders. Crack. The energy axe slammed into the red lizard's skull, biting deep into bone. The shriek that tore from the creature's throat echoed through the ruined temple like 1,000 nails on stone. King Kong's massive arms trembled with effort as he tried to wrench the axe free. The blade had sunk too deep. The red-backed lizard thrashed beneath him, claws tearing furrows in the stone floor. Dust and bone fragments filled the air. "Damn thing's skull is thicker than a tank hull," he growled, abandoning the axe for brute force. He raised his fists, each one the size of a boulder, and hammered down on the lizard's head. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact sent tremors rolling through the ground. The air vibrated with the shockwaves. The monster's roars turned into gurgles as cracks spread across its skull. With a final, thunderous blow, the head exploded in a wet burst of red and gray. The smell of blood and decay flooded the chamber. King Kong stepped on the corpse, chest heaving, eyes blazing with the rush of victory. He ripped the axe free, lifting it high. "Roar!" His voice shook the entire temple, echoing off the ancient walls like a war horn from another age. But his triumph lasted barely a breath. From the shadows behind him, another red lizard lunged, smaller, but faster. It slammed into him with the force of a battering ram, knocking him flat on the cracked tiles. Guh! The creature's tail coiled around his neck like a constrictor, muscles rippling, tightening with deadly intent. "Not again!" King Kong rasped, grabbing at the tail. The lizard hissed, hot breath washing over his face as its serrated jaws snapped at him. The ape fought back, digging his fingers into the tail's bony ridges. His muscles bulged, veins standing out like ropes as he tried to tear it loose. The creature twisted violently, its claws raking across his chest, opening deep, steaming wounds. Across the temple, chaos reigned. The dinosaurs fought the swarming skeleton lizards pouring from cracks. The reptiles were relentless. Every time one fell, two more emerged from the dark. Gray, her wings tattered and scales scorched, smashed her tail into a red-backed lizard's side, sending it tumbling. She leapt, fangs flashing, tearing into its throat before it could recover. But exhaustion was catching up. Her breathing was ragged. Every muscle screamed. "These things just keep coming," she muttered, wiping blood from her snout. Behind her, another Allosaurus screamed as it was dragged underground by clawed hands. The ground was literally splitting apart, bones and claws bursting from below. "They're nesting under the temple," Gray shouted. "They're coming from below." Her voice carried across the battlefield, reaching Miraluz. High above, the Dragon King watched. Miraluz hovered in the air, his 6 wings spread wide, the silver scales along his body glowing faintly from the lightning pulsing beneath. His sharp eyes scanned the temple floor, calculating every movement, every energy fluctuation below. The skeletal lizards were evolving faster and more coordinated. Their glowing spines pulsed in unison, like a hive mind. "So, that's your secret," he murmured, his deep, rumbling voice echoing through the cavern. 1,000 possibilities flashed through his mind in seconds. His allies were tiring. The lizards were multiplying. The nest below was feeding them energy. It was time to end this. He folded his wings slightly and shouted, "All units, fall back." The dinosaurs recognized the tone instantly. They didn't hesitate. Gray and the others withdrew, dragging wounded allies with them. Only King Kong, locked in his brutal wrestling match, didn't notice. Rarark! King Kong tore the red-backed lizard's tail from his neck and hurled the creature against the wall. He stomped forward, snatched his axe, and with a snarl, swung it downward. The glowing blade cleaved through the lizard's torso, splitting it clean in half. "Try locking my neck again," he snarled, kicking the twitching corpse aside. Then he froze. The battlefield had gone silent. The other dinosaurs were gone. "What the?" He looked around. Where'd everybody go? The sudden darkening of the sky answered his question. Thunder rumbled above. Boom! A bolt of crimson lightning exploded from the heavens, striking the temple floor. Then another, and another. Forked red arcs split the air, spreading like roots across the battlefield. Each branch of lightning twisted unnaturally, following Miraluz's will. "Ultimate Volt," the Dragon King whispered. The storm obeyed. Chains of lightning lashed through the skeleton lizards. Their bony armor shattered, their flesh seared. The air filled with ozone, blood, and the sizzling crack of cooked bone. "Too slow," Miraluz muttered, weaving his claws. The lightning shifted shape, from long lines and whirling rings to deadly orbs that rolled across the battlefield like living storms. The red lizards tried to scatter, but it was useless. Lightning struck faster than sight. Their bodies convulsed, glowing from the inside before exploding into smoldering chunks. One bolt hit dangerously close to King Kong. "I am still here," he roared, leaping aside as another bolt detonated behind him. Static energy surged through his fur, leaving it smoking. His once dark mane now stood upright like burnt wire. From the sidelines, Gray laughed breathlessly. "That's what happens when you ignore orders. Next time, warn me," King Kong bellowed, shaking sparks off his arm. The battlefield was chaos incarnate, lightning storms, roaring beasts, and the ground splitting under the force of Miraluz's attack. When the final flash of red light faded, silence followed. The skeletal army was gone. What remained were smoldering craters and twisted bones. Miraluz descended slowly, landing atop the fractured temple steps. His silver body still shimmered faintly with residual energy. He extended his senses, his super perception reaching deep into the cracks below. What he felt darkened his expression. "There's more," he said quietly. "A whole nest of them." He motioned for Gray to stay back, then spread his wings again and dove toward the fissure. The temperature dropped instantly. The smell of rot thickened. Beneath the temple lay an entire network of tunnels. Bones of ancient beasts lined the walls, glowing faintly with a sickly red hue. "So this is where you've been breeding," Miraluz muttered. His tail flicked, releasing a metallic canister that clinked against the rock. A hiss filled the air. Within seconds, thick green vapor poured out, neurotoxin. The screams started almost immediately. Dozens of skeleton monitors writhed, their crimson spines dimming one by one. Even the red-backed titans tried to crawl away, but their flesh was already rotting, their bones turning to dust. Miraluz watched, unmoved. Let the poison finish it. When silence returned, he emerged from the crack, smoke curling off his scales. System messages flashed in his mind. "You hunted a skeleton giant lizard, obtained 300,000 gene points. You hunted a skeleton giant lizard, obtained 350,000 gene points. You hunted a red-backed skeleton giant lizard, obtained 6 million gene points." A deep rumble of satisfaction escaped his throat. Not bad. The harvest was immense, over 30 million gene points from this battle alone. and the Titan-level lizard's blood contained rare sequences he could refine later. He turned toward the horizon, eyes narrowing. Looks like we've only just begun. POV Gray. From the temple's edge, she watched her brother land beside King Kong. The silver light reflecting off his wings made the whole battlefield look like dawn had broken underground. King Kong was still grumbling, patting out the smoking patches of fur on his arm. Next time you start calling lightning, give a guy some notice. Miralo's eyes glowed faintly red as he looked at him. Next time, keep your distance when I say fall back. Gray smirked, watching the two. They bickered like brothers, but she knew they'd saved each other's lives more than once. What now, Lord Miraluz? She asked. He gazed toward the smoking fissure. We move. There are more enemies to fight. His voice was calm, almost cold. No more surprises. King Kong snorted. Guess that means no rest for any of us. Rest is for the dead, Miraluz replied.